This conference will now be recorded.
That's a good sound.
We did, for the meeting that we didn't hit record on, we put the audio on.
Okay, good.
And so that's not.
Okay, is this like a guess at what time we're finishing?
Still only on that.
Yeah.
Not on anything
Oh, yeah.
5:15?
Oh.
Well, we're not doing any overs or unders, are we, on the time?
Yeah, exactly. Any bets?
Even though the budget's going up higher, real estate.
I learned never to bet with people that control the time of the meeting.
Well, just
Yeah.
Those comments can get real long at the end.
Oh, yeah. And the beginning,
Yes.
and the middle.
400, about 450, it's 1,300 for realistic. So it's just, and I'm in Navy.
So, how was your
It's
COVID?
the top of the line.
Good to be over, good to be over. It was terrible.
It's
I
not
had a
like
mild
where I
case of
got
it, and it knocks me out. I
You
went
couldn't
to
do
bed
anything if you
on
wanted
Monday,
to.
and I didn't get up until Friday. I woke up at night, and I couldn't even look at my phone, I couldn't concentrate. It was weird, it was horrible.
And I told
I had a good nurse, my husband, and then,
No, my husband tried to get it with me.
That is.
so luckily my husband didn't, so that was good.
Cal, we didn't receive the million yet, right?
For what?
The million isn't in our books yet. No. Yeah, I just want to be sure.
Oh, it is. We received it, but it came in September. And that's.
Oh, all right, so this is August. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, I looked at the number, I said, oh my God. I said, I gotta ask.
No, but the
Yeah,
100,000 is from Lindsay.
yeah. So, all right.
And that's, in your, it shows up in the trend report.
Yeah.
As other financing sources.
No, how are you?
How you doing?
It
goes by faster. It goes a lot faster than normal, don't it?
The road trim bag?
No. Remember we talked about it?
I thought that was on the dry retention.
We talked about that.
Yeah.
We're gonna do it,
Is it-
right after the rainy season, so next month, like the first, second week of October.
Okay.
With it, it's just so darn wet.
Well, the detention area might be very wet still too.
The credit was
We're not
on-
out of wet rainy season.
Right, but we threw the well road control once a
Here,
year.
Michelle, you didn't
Right,
see
it'll be
this.
done next month. That we can do because the well road is dry.
But we paid for a full year on the railroad.
Yeah, no, it's only done once a year. You pay $100.
I think you're in arrears a couple of months, actually. I think you're in arrears a couple of months.
You did it last year.
Florida?
Yeah. we did that
Morning.
last year.
So,
That one we did.
Have something like this for
yeah,
the.
you got our fiscal year.
You
You
did.
got the credit.
You got the credit on the detention area.
Morning.
Yeah. Okay.
Good.
It was $21.
Right.
That got credit.
Oh. Can't see what
You
these
got it on the bill.
I haven't seen this one still.
Yeah, but it was on the. It's easy.
Somehow it's playing around with.
Okay, so maybe it's better to take both of those off. It's a monthly billing. And then just, would you do it?
I know.
Right. Right. You stretch it out over a year.
Yeah.
Right.
That's why we did it. It used to be like that.
Right.
Yeah, it used to be, I used to go down the whole road and if it took 2 days, I built it for 2 days. I get it, it took for that. Yeah, whatever you.
All right.
That's why. Okay, yeah.
You know, anytime you see it.
Just something to think about. Maybe do it in.
What as they say, shut my mouth.
We'll think about things falling down.
Just the payment.
Let me ask Rich about that.
Yeah.
Is there a pen? Okay.
There was a pen up there.
Someone take.
Oh, yep, it was a blue pen.
Here, Lindsay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It might be black.
Okay. Let's see. This is just
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, it's 9:30.
9:30.
It's 9:30?
It's 9:30.
Okay, it's 9:30. I call this meeting to order. That says 5:15. Are we done?
Yeah, we're done.
That'd be about right.
Can we have a roll call?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Lashier,
Here.
Mr. Kish,
Here.
Mr. Jensen,
Here.
Ms. Holloway,
Here.
and Ms. O'Connell.
Here.
Ma'am, we have a quorum. Your first order of business should be to acknowledge Mr. Jensen's difficulty of being here and allowing him to participate electronically.
So moved.
I second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Of course you're in favor, right?
Other comment?
Okay, next thing would be the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
No, maybe it's just.
I know we can move on to that, so we move 10B up and make it all possible.
And B.
Yeah, we can do that when we get to the.
Yeah.
Okay, we're there at approval of the agenda.
Yeah.
All right, I'll move that we move 10B
Up to where?
to,
Tony's running late. Maybe we want to move it up to 8.
or 7, whatever.
Yeah,
Well, 8 would be good.
Yeah, eight's
If we could
fine.
get soda out.
yeah, right after soda. Is that okay with you?
Sure.
Okay. Other than that, let's see.
So you need approval of the agenda.
So I'll move we approve the agenda as brain dead, as
With the one
changed.
amendment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So, all right, next would be
Audience.
audience comments on the agenda items. Are there any?
You grab it.
Oh.
Okay, on agenda items, we have Mr. Kenny. No, I'm sorry, you said you wanted to wait until the items discussed.
Thumbs up.
Okay, non-agenda items, Ms. Kellmeyer.
Yeah.
We could just stand over here.
Yeah, right up here so that,
Catherine Kellmeyer, 314 Newport Drive, Oregon 1607. I would like to address utility ERUs, and it has to do with the county-owned property. We all know that there is only so many ERCs, ERUs for the port. It has been set at 1,032.6, I believe. With all the development going on, the county owns the North Hotel property along with property at the marina, the store, fire department, that. I don't think the district has allowed any ERUs for these, especially at the marina, for use and to be taken off the 1,032.6 ERC. But there's a fire station that has people living there all the time. There's visitors there. You won't, of course, know that you can't collect any money from it. But whatever it is determined to allocate to the use of that property needs to come off the 1036.
is the county relieved from assessments? I don't
Yeah.
think so, are they?
Typically, but I don't think on the utility ones, I think that remain, but I could be
'Cause
wrong.
they still
But
pay
They
utilities.
still pay for consumption.
Right.
But I don't think they pay ERCs.
Right, they don't pay
They don't
ERC.
pay anything for ERCs.
I'm not sure.
It's them.
I'm not sure.
I think we'll check, I think I saw some documents in the past that referenced as part of the acquisition, the county required that the district agree to forego certain assessments. And I don't know if they were just the O&M or utility, but we can check on that.
I think they were both.
Yeah, but she's right, if they are
If they're
dismissed
using
from
water
it, then
and
we
sewer,
need,
we have to take it
it
off.
should be on our list for,
Right. So we don't
Usage.
oversell.
That's
Yeah.
right, like, keep in mind.
For
what's
You know,
in
yeah,
the
that-
county.
the North Hotel.
yeah, at least list them, even though they might not be in charge, but we need to know that
We have to
we
reserve
use them,
them.
they come out of the 1,032.
These are marina,
And the
Yeah.
old
fire
hotel.
department.
I think didn't
And
we
the
put the
North
North
Hotel
Hotel
property.
ERCs onto the district's account?
Yeah, that would be into the
So they-
268
Yeah,
that's
this-
still available.
Right, I'm not sure about that, but the marina, there was discussions when they took that over that they were still obligated for utility costs.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's no question
but-
on that.
The ERCs is for utility operations, it's not a tax. I mean, it is a tax, but it's,
I don't think they pay anything.
I think they pay for utility operations.
Yeah, they pay for the water and sewer
Yeah,
that they
but
get,
the
but they don't
ERC
pay for
assessment.
an ERC assessment. I don't think.
And let's
They
look
need
into
to,
it.
because that's gonna dwindle the amount of available ERCs for any other development that comes along.
That's a great point.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, let's check into that, and if they're not being billed for, at least let's list them, so we know we
Sure,
don't have minutes to sell. Okay. Any other?
yes, we have, Mr. McNamee.
Good morning.
Morning.
Steve McNamee, Windward Cave. Last meeting, I contacted Cal's office and asked if I could be put on the agenda and was denied. I would like to formally ask if I could be put on the agenda for October to discuss financials.
On the agenda now, it's always on the agenda. You can
Yeah.
talk on
No,
that.
I want to be on the agenda so that I have more than 3 minutes to speak.
Well, you could do that, I don't see why you can't do that today, if he wants.
I want to do it at the October meeting.
Okay.
And the other thing is, I got the agenda packet, and I noticed on there that the minutes of the meeting, the way they're recorded, that my involvement in there isn't reflective of the way that it's written in the minutes. I was hoping maybe you guys could take a look at that.
Well, I think normally on minutes, it's the general concept, isn't it? You don't have to
There's
put
summary
every word
minutes, yeah,
written.
there, it's not a verbatim set of minutes.
Right,
They're summary.
right. That's usually how you record minutes.
I understand, but
Which area were
When
you
you just-
talking
Yeah.
about?
well, when you say Steve referenced an email, that isn't exactly what I went down. What I was referencing was basically what I thought to be an ethics violation.
Did you file a complaint for ethics violation?
I came here to adjust the board.
Yeah, I understand, but basically you referenced an email, because you brought it to us and showed it to us. I mean, that's what we did.
Yeah. And I was supposed to do something else?
No,
No, but you did reference an email. I
you
think
did
is what
reference
you're
an
saying.
email, so I don't think that, where that needs to change
Yeah.
the minutes.
Okay. You think you're accurate?
I'm sorry, Mr. Ness.
Well, okay. I'm speaking in reference to the easement pipe that was in the rear of the property. And
my grandson had tripped and fell down in, and I had put a little big pipe there to protect it so that that wouldn't happen. So it was right where the door for the screen was going to be. And you've asked me to remove it, and I'm asking you for permission to keep it until something of a more safety issue can be resolved. I think I sent you an email in reference to that. And it's not on the agenda that I see. I think the other easement pipe is on the agenda, but this one that's in the rear is not on the agenda. So I was asking for this.
I think, David, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a violation. And David sent you a easement use agreement, which you should fill out, and then the board would consider that easement use agreement. Am I right, David?
Well, actually, the easement use agreement would be a follow-up document. If you want to make a formal request to place it there, provide a plan of where you're gonna, where it is located currently, and so forth, then we can consider
I
it.
do know that other people have done what I did, but maybe they came to you first, obviously. Like this Reed on the end of the street has a pipe underneath her thing, and that's pretty much the same idea, so that she could get across where she had to get across. But so maybe I'm mistaken. The easement agreement that you gave me, I thought was in reference to
the other encroachment.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think it was in reference to the rear.
The agenda says 162, 163 Sunset Gale swale issues. It can be discussed at that time, both issues.
Yeah.
The violation of the easement between the two houses and the violation of the easement behind. So that says swale issues. Why don't we discuss it then?
But I think Ms. Reed followed the procedure, and he's handicapped.
There was a request.
It was a request.
Yeah. And it was for.
She did it.
So I'm asking, how do I do that? How do I request that?
If you can send us an email requesting the use of the easement for a pipe to be installed, and then provide a little plan showing where it's at so the board can be familiar with it.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Westerman? Westerman. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'd like to be able to speak.
That'll just come out here.
You're right up here. Then the people online can see.
Can hear you. Actually, they can see it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Hello. When we get to question 8 in the engineer's report, I'd like to be able to speak on some of the issues there, if you don't mind.
Just put him under engineer's report.
On both issues, or?
Yes, both issues. That would work. Thank you.
Okay, that's all that's signed up.
Okay. Write that down. Okay.
Approval of minutes.
Now, the approval of the minutes from the August 19th meeting.
Line 102. The board approved the removal of the existing edge and roots of the banyan tree at the rear 159. I'd just like to reflect that that was at the expense of the homeowner. We paid for the other work, not for the.
We paid for the swale work.
We paid for the swell work, not for the removal. That should have been billed to the homeowner.
Yeah.
And on 140.
If we can just make sure I get the right wording
Okay.
there. And let me read this to you. If we add at the end, not to exceed 8,700, and then we add for the swale work and not for vegetation removal.
That's fine.
Okay.
140. A motion by the Supervisor Shear, second by Chair O'Connell, with 4 in favor and Supervisor Kish opposed. The board approved resolution 2022-11 for the loan and loan agreement with Mr. Mess. I don't believe we did a loan agreement with Mr. Mess. It was Valley National Bank.
Right. Sorry about that. I didn't catch it when I reviewed them. Okay.
Any others?
I'll move approve the minutes as amended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Russ?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye. Aye.
Okay. All right, minutes approved.
Make sure.
No.
Oh. Oh, okay, Elena.
Good morning, I'm Elena Fairclough from Florida Utility Solutions, which wasn't able to be with you guys this morning. Nothing too exciting, you guys should, I think, have a copy of our report from August. You'll see there, we received and treated 2.5 million gallons of the wastewater plant. We produced 1.5 million.
Excuse me a second, Elena. It's loose in your book at that section.
Thank you.
Cool.
Okay. So you'll see we produced and distributed 1.5 million gallons from the water plant, and then distributed 4.4 million of reuse. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection did come out and do an inspection of the wastewater plant. And then you'll see there for that station at the end of the case that the pump has been replaced. I know last month it was out for repair, so that has been taken care of and it's back working as designed. That's it.
Security cameras are working fine.
Yeah, good, no issues there. Well, that was a long process, so glad to have that over and done with. Cal's office, you guys should be receiving those invoices now.
I haven't seen them yet, but.
Yeah, so they should be coming from ADT.
The number of line breaks, that was the one that occurred at the beginning of the last meeting. Is that correct? The big one on
Yes,
North Delaware. Did we ever determine, David, what caused that line break? Was it
Nothing definitive, but we think that it might have been broke or compromised when they had the boat fire the night before there.
And it was not fresh water,
It was irrigation water.
irrigation water.
Yes. And I'm not sure what side of the meter was it on. Was it on our side of the meter or theirs?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
We can find out.
Well, they would have a fairly large bill. As big as high as that water was coming out of there.
Fortunately, it got fixed pretty quick.
Yeah.
Okay, let me give you this. This is just business, in case you leave early.
Yep. Okay, so this one we need to check on, is that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, well, now I got a question, and I don't want to put you on the spot because you're not probably going to know. But in the budget, we're missing our revenue on our water and sewer revenue. We're not making what we thought we were going to make, and we got the meters, and we should have been making, we thought we were going to make more. So we're missing it by $22,000, $23,000 year to date.
We did jump the projection up at the last budget in anticipation of more revenue from the meters.
You're talking about last year's
no,
projection or this
yeah,
year?
no, I'm talking about our budget year to
From
date.
last year.
For 2020, the budget we're using now.
For this year,
For
yeah.
the current, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
So how much did we bump it? I mean, we bumped this, but we don't do other things. This doesn't make sense to me. See, this is my thing about the budget.
Well, no one knew what.
I know, but we made an estimate,
Right.
but we didn't make an estimate on engineering or lawyer fees or anything based on last year's. We just made it the same.
I guess it's.
No, this is directed at Cal. This is.
Yeah.
Because you set up the budget, so that's why I'm
We
wondering.
approve it though.
And you guys
Yeah.
approved it.
Yeah,
So you got new meters, we had no idea how much more revenue you're gonna take. And so we made a guess.
so we made an
I
estimate,
don't know if
okay.
we put 30% or 25%, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't remember either.
Not only that, with new meters, it doesn't mean that we thought it was going to go up because we kept thinking that the old meters were not giving us they were undercounting, but it could have been that they were overcounting.
They could have been overcounting and undercounting and be a wash.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
so-
As those meters.
That's what I'm
get
saying, so you
older,
don't know,
they're
so we made a guess, but it turned out that our guess was the opposite direction.
We may want to
Can I?
we may
can I
want to
just-
take a look at what the annual water sold is through the year. Maybe we're quite a bit lower or higher, or we just need to look at that number too before we just.
Number of gallons.
Yeah, yeah.
See,
Maybe we didn't have as many
You see what
people
I'm
here
saying, Les?
using.
Yeah.
Could be over or under, depend upon.
Well, I know, that's why we have to use numbers.
Well,
We
yeah,
have to
but
make-
we.
So what did what did we budget for next year? What number did we use? Well, we can get that, we can do that in financials. But, as far as meter corrections, people complaining about their readings, if you had many.
I think that's on here. Yeah, so you'll see their usage complaints, we have 4 this month,
But
2 last month.
We're-
Nothing major.
We're good though, right?
Now they got one this coming one.
This one, these are not, it's great though with the new meters, because we're able to just go easily.
Do the
pull that
history on it.
report, the history's all there.
Yeah, no, we needed the
Obviously-
meters, yeah, it's.
Yeah, that's a good one. So, yeah, that's a great decision.
Because mine went up $250. I was a little concerned.
On
Might have to lower
irrigation-
that
on the
revenue.
irrigation side.
I don't know, I haven't had any problems. So.
Thank you.
Right. Let's see, all right, Robert?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Did my drive around this time alone, solo.
This
Uh,
your job.
You want to go with solo? Go.
You want to cover? Come on. Come on, man.
I didn't like it.
Go do it.
So, just wanted to give you a heads up on the last meeting, the credit was in your regular monthly billing. So that got, taken care of, credit back to you guys. The well field, as your question, we will do that the first or second week of next month. That road is pretty dry, the retention areas are still, holding water, obviously, and with all the rain that we get, hopefully we don't get the storm, and have more water to get what we need. I think we're fine. The proposals that you guys approved on the last meeting were both completed. 159 and 154, we took care of both. Chris, on his report, did mention that we were about a couple inches higher. I would like to maybe just let it see how much it settles. And if I do have to come back and drop it down a little bit, it's pretty much in level with the neighboring side, but it is a little higher to the right side of it. But there is a hill, I would say, or a little swell on the far end that matches that side. And the water kind of stays on the right side, but it is flowing, it's working great. Even with the big heavy rain, we haven't had a washout. So it is holding up, but I just want to give it maybe a couple more weeks, let it settle in. We haven't even cut the grass. The grass is pretty high, so that makes it look much higher. So if we can, let me just revisit it in about 2-3 weeks after we cut it and start maintaining, see how much it settles, because it will settle.
Is it impacting the neighbor
No,
in any way?
no, not at all. The water just stays there practically.
You
Doesn't
do
really
both
go
of their
anywhere.
yards, right?
Yes, I do. The neighbor to the left, the neighbor to the right, pretty much all the way down. So if you give me time on that, I will revisit and reevaluate. Starting next month, our windows open back up, fertilizing and all that. I will start
know, you guys are on the schedule. That also will happen within the beginning of next month, no later than the middle of the month, I'm sorry. That's just normal, that's just regular maintenance for you guys. Chris did send a report on some items. Some of it is just regular maintenance of the report that he sent over. I will take care of those. But some of the communities, going back to the trees, they're inside, like Evening Star, you know, and I know it's not, I don't know about the lights. I know we talked about this last year, but there's lights that are being covered by the association folks. That it's the association, like, the ones that have their own associations in the community. And I know we never drive those, we never look at them, but I know Chris does. And for example, he sent this picture on, I think it's in Newport Drive. I don't know exactly. I probably look at the address, but then there is other communities that have lights that are being covered by the trees.
There are lights?
And there are lights, but they're their trees.
Yes, so I don't know, you know, if maybe on the next time that he comes out next month, maybe look at that and see how to reach them on that.
Isn't that taken care of by, with LCC?
I think the light poles are the community light poles, right, Pete?
Yeah, but that's still LCEC.
Yeah, they're LCEC.
Yeah.
Wouldn't they be responsible to trim the lights? I mean, trim the trees so that the lights?
If they feel they need to be trimmed, they'll trim them. But
But you have to.
But you have to.
because they're just gonna whack the crap out of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, that may be something the homeowners association needs to request that the
Right.
LCEC does the trimming.
Remember when we talked about planting grass on the west end of 41, where those bushes were, but, you know, but they're not? Didn't we talk about planting grass there?
Maybe that's what we did the fire.
Right, and then once
Yeah,
they keep
but
dying
they keep
because
dying.
they keep, let's just
go back to grass.
Let's go back to grass.
Okay.
Let's don't waste our money putting those fire bushes back, that as soon as it floods, they're gonna die again, just like before.
We didn't talk about that.
Yeah, well, we can look at that. I mean, we'll be good for next month. I mean, we'll make a note on that, just kind of be that. But
Because I know he put a note in there again about that. It was like, we talked about putting in
Now,
grass.
Who's gonna speak with the homeowners association?
Oh, we can send a letter.
And it's Evening Star K?
He has them.
One's
It's
on
in-
Kings Drive and
He's
the
got
other
it.
one with Newport Drive.
It would be best for him to give you guys that information to which association, and then the
Yeah.
management company would be the best to get a hold of. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be the best way to handle it.
Thank
Okay? That's pretty much all I got, and next month will be good. Should be out there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we need to do the
Do
quote?
we need the timers or something?
Yeah, the irrigation timer,
That's the one,
new plow.
yeah, that's the open.
So that's one at the north, but I'm saying, okay.
Yeah.
We need to do that.
I didn't see that estimate by irrigation.
It's, it's, Claire sent over a proposal, it's in the packet, and it's to, install new clock and rain sensor, and, $718.
Motion to accept Soda's bid for the
I
clock.
think it was also on Chris's report.
It was.
Yeah, okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Ray?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
That's estimate number one, I'm sorry.
Do you want mine?
I just need a number. You're fine. Don't.
Okay, that one.
No.
5256.
All right, I'll let them know that it's approved.
All right.
Okay?
Okay,
Pretty
thank
much all I
you.
got. Thank you very much.
All right.
Now we pushed up the parcel 13 updates.
Yes.
Indeed, yes.
I'll introduce it. There are a number of items for discussion or consideration today. I know you received a packet late yesterday, a number of items. From the standpoint of today, we have been working hard and diligently with Lindsay's, Mr. Case's attorneys and engineers and planners, and her attorney Francesca Papadomo, Cal, Dave Schmidt, and myself. As recently as this morning. Yeah. It's always the last 0.1%, I say, in real estate transactions where, you know, the big global picture comes down to wrapping everything up. And what we would like to accomplish today is one, have a revised resolution. The board previously adopted a resolution 2022-7, which authorized the chair, found the public purpose and public benefit for the transaction and authorized the chair to sign the requisite documents in substantially final form. Since that time, since the date, we've had another amendment to the contract. We've had some revisions to some of the forms of the contract. And as a result, have proposed initially, I think the board has seen it, proposed resolution 2022-13.
I sent everything. I have no idea everything you guys got in there.
Yeah, and I have extra copies for the board to look at. And what it does, it again reiterates the same with regards to how the district required title is vacant and unimproved. And the board has determined that the sale of the property to Lindsay Case pursuant to the vacant land contract and associated addendum, an effective date of April 25th, 2022 is amended. Again, we're up to the Fourth Amendment. Is for valid public purposes, best interest of the district and the public, is for the benefit of the district, and makes those same findings later on in the resolution in the findings section. And it talks about that property is unnecessary for district public purposes, what the board had previously indicated, not needed for present or future purposes or needs of the district, not needed for public purposes or district purposes, and that the sale is for a valid public purpose in the best interest of the district and for the benefit of the district, and best interest of the public and the district. So what I'd like the board to do, first of all, is approve and adopt revised. If you want to see it, I have additional copies. And attached to it are a number of documents. This is a whole set of documents that will be attached to it. And to authorize, again, the chair, find a valid public purpose, find the best interest of the district, just to update the resolution you adopted previously. It's resolution 2022-13. I have copies for the board.
So
Any second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And again, it gives
That was resolution what?
2022-13. And I checked with your office on that, Cal, before I did it.
Here's
This one here.
Yeah, and in that regard, has the same language with regard to substantially final form. There might be some little adjustments made to some of the documents, but they're substantially final forms in closing.
Yeah.
What was provided also was a number of documents that were a part of the closing packet. What I would suggest is we just go through proposed changes from the prior version that we think are major changes, as opposed to, I'll call it, picking up little scrivener's errors or clarifying certain points. And we are going through the documents to do that. Just for an indication of the documents involved in this transaction, I drafted a closing document list. I think was included in what you had also that I sent, or Gail sent out on my behalf. And it's 2 pages of various documents. The first one is a closing statement, which is not yet finalized, but we have a rough version that went out there, a preliminary version of the closing statement.
Yeah.
And but that's not yet finalized. We have a few more numbers to add to it, I think. And I'm looking at Cal and Terry, I'm sure will make sure every number ties. And it does account for the commissions. It does account for the recording costs and fees and title insurance and attorney's fees. And the references also that we already have $100,000 from the initial deposits. And then, so we have the closing statement, we have the declaration of covenants and exhibits. And I'll briefly touch on that. The declaration of covenants and exhibits, I'll call it the major change or requested change since the last iteration, is if you can go to the version that is in fact, it's attached to this resolution draft. If you go to Article 3, Section 2, in Article 3, Section 2B. In fact, the packet you have has it redlined, actually. So you can see the proposed edited changes. It's page 7 of 15 of the Declaration of Covenants and Restrictions. And this relates to a roadway option that Francesca and Mr. Case talked about at the last board meeting, predicated upon the county and their approach or not approach, or assistance or not assistance on using the entry road. So if you look at page 7 of 15, the blue line, red line, it doesn't change the site plan. It changes the roadway outline for internal roadways. Francesca, if you want to explain that. And staff has reviewed that, and it's fine.
Exhibit C.
It's going to be Exhibit D.
Exhibit D.
D?
Site plan, yes, Exhibit D. So that, that hasn't changed in any substantial way, but for clarifying new land access. What changed in the narrative in reference to site plan C, which is Exhibit D, was that it was important to Mr. Case, and he expressed at the last meeting, that rather than us being beholden to the county and waiting for that outcome, we, in our reasonable determination, see where that process is going. If it looks like it's a dead end, this gives Mr. Case the option to say, okay, option C is what makes most sense for me to get going, because the county has quiet title action, who knows what they're gonna charge for it. So we just wanted that flexibility. I think Mr. Case articulated that, but we want to make sure the language tracked.
And the exhibit.
Yeah, his attention.
And Exhibit D to the declaration is what's called Site Plan C, and that's referencing, again, primarily the roadway option layout. And it also clarified, it's hard to see unless you have your magnifying lens. It also identifies the access easement to Luland parcel under 2 locations. So I wanted to point that out.
Those to be printed out in big, large sheets for people to review if they wanted to have that much oversight.
That's correct. But that's the revision, that document that's in the packet. We also have drafted a termination to consent of the district to the consent of use and entry. That's the Model Airplane Club. And that document says that the district can terminate it upon recording of termination in the public records and sending a copy to the Model Airplane Club, and that's in the packet of materials. Then we have vacation release and termination of easement for Luland that we are all in agreement on as far as termination. I provided that to the attorney for Luland and in communications about wrapping and finalizing that. And when we get to the end of this, what we're going to suggest is and recommend that all the documents be signed today. We have some exhibits still attached. I mean, the exhibits are a plethora of exhibits, but we would sign all the original documents. I would hold them and compile them and get with Francesca on Monday, sit across the table to make sure. It's always easier. I mean, we've been doing everything by Meet Teams or Zoom. We'll sit across the table, make sure we have the right content documents with the right exhibits. And the signature pages, if you notice, are all set up as separate pages, just to make sure we have to clarify or correct the scrivener's of a typo error or a minor matter and insert it in. So we have that document. Then we have the termination and release of utility easements. If you recall, there are a number of utility easements in favor of the district running through parcel 13. I think David mentioned last time also a number of the facilities are abandoned, no longer needed. And so within parcel 13 itself, except for the easement that provides for the lines to go to the plant, the ones west of Union Road are no longer needed, are abandoned. In fact, there's a doctrine called merger that Francesca and I have talked about in the past, that we, the district, is now the fee simple owner of the whole bundle of rights. And so those easement rights we had under the prior owner kind of get subsumed and merged into our ownership. So, but this is a point of clarification just for record purposes and title purposes, that the district's easements west of Union Road that we no longer need will be terminated. Francesca had one additional one this morning she referenced. I'll get with her and David on that. Again, this document is set up with separate signature pages, so if we need to, we'll chat about that. And then we have the release of notice of non-ad valorem special assessments due. And again, some of these were items that we recalled at the last minute. We were looking at the bigger global documents at first. Now we're getting down to nitty-gritty documents. Back in a few years back, the district recorded a notice of non-ad valorem special assessments due for a 1-year period. This was for, I think, 2014, 2015 fiscal year. And that was, I think, part of the predicate for how the district got the property. And so this is a termination of that, release of that particular non-ad valorem special assessments due. In fact, the document reads, bear with me a moment. It's the It relates to non-ad valorem special assessments levied by the district for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2014, and ending September 30th, 2015. That was before you all took title because of non-payment of taxes and assessments. So that's appropriate to clean that up from the title record. Then we have the Surveyors Affidavit. That's Donald Santinoy with Grady Minor Associates. We took the legal description that was been used for a long time, which had some redundant language in there. And Mr. Santinoy prepared a survey, prepared a revised legal description. It's been checked by David as it being accurate and correct. And for title purposes and for future owners of the property, the surveyor is signing an affidavit saying, here's the legal description of how the district took title. Here's the revised legal description I prepared. They describe the same property, and I've deleted redundant language. So that's, it's called like one and the same property. And that's, again, just a hyper-technical or technical, good technical, that way of saying down the road there's assurances that it's the same property that we acquired that we're conveying out. Then we have the seller's affidavit where the district makes various representations that we have title, there's no other parties in possession or right other than disclosed in the commitment, and we're being taken care of. Then we have the closing agreement on utility ERCs. The only change to that is we made everything September 20th is the benchmark date. Initially it was August 9th, 16th, the original closing date. So we're just making everything consistent with the closing date. So it'd be August 20th, excuse me, September 20th. So on a go-forward basis, it's September 20th of the various years, outgoing years. The number of years has stayed the same, but it's September 20th. Then we get to the closing and post-closing agreement on easements, zoning, cost allocations. Again, Exhibit A is the property's legal description that's being sold. B1, the utility easements being terminated. And B1 also is a termination document. C1 is depiction of new utility easements and a grant of new utility easement. And there's actually two new utility easements being granted. One is, there's a separate document, and it's later on it appears under number 13. It's a public utility easement and relocation agreement. That's where the lines that run along the eastern side of Union Road on the back end of the development property, those easements again are going away, but the district is getting a new easement for those. And upon the developer relocating those lines to another location, after the district reviews plans and specifications, and after another easement is granted to the district and the district accepts the facilities by bill of sale, and a grant of easement or dedication on a plat, then this grant of easement, which is intended to be temporary, goes away. So this protects the district's interest. And again, the relocation of that line will be at the cost or the expense of the developer under the agreement. Then there is a grant of a new utility easement, perpetual utility easement along the same access route or the access route that goes to Luland. This provides the ability to provide utilities up that road, crossing parcel 13 and coming back on the district property, then going again across parcel 13 to get to the Luland parcel. Then we have the termination of vacation of Luland easement, replacement, Luland P, district access easement. And under that agreement, the district has the ability and the right to construct the roadway on there. And the district will be responsible for the roadway segment. This is the part going through parcel 13. So the district gets a grant of easement, Luland gets a grant of easement. The district has the ability to construct the road. The district is responsible to operate, maintain that road. And then to the extent provided under Florida law, without waiving or expanding the waiver of limited sovereign immunity that exists under Florida statutes, the district agrees to hold Mr. Case and successors entitled harmless from any incidents that occur from the district's contractors using or constructing that roadway segment. And we thought that was only appropriate. Again, the district has sovereign immunity. There's a limited waiver of sovereign immunity. We can't expand it, but to the extent that when a contractor, for example, is out there doing work and it causes damage to Mr. Case's property,
Right, but we kept, just a bigger picture, the reason why we kept those and not gave them back to you by surveying them off is for when we do our land plan, we need a total acreage And if we've chopped off pieces back to the.
As opposed to fee simple. Remember, we talked about fee simple. And so I'm comfortable, and, we'll have a permanent ingress, egress, access easement. We can construct the road, we can do the drainage, we can run utility lines under the separate utilities. And the district would then be responsible to operate and maintain that roadway segment in the future. Also, unlike district property where you cannot lien, a person cannot lien district-owned property, if the district were to hire contractors to do the work to improve the roadway segment, arguably a lien could be filed because it's owned by a private individual, not the government. So there's language in there that said, we will not allow contractors to put liens on the property. If they do, we will bond them off, it's called, bond off the lien so that the lien gets removed from the property. And that's only reasonable. So then we also then have the grant of perpetual utilities, which I just mentioned, a closing memorandum that's standard for the escrow agent, and a stopper from the district that Cal's already provided. And Mr. Case will sign a closing affidavit. I will mark up the power commitment and an updated cert. So those are the documents, and after the end of the meeting, Madam Chair, and Cal, and we may want to have another board member present as a secretary, assistant secretary. Cal, you secretary?
I'm secretary.
Then Cal can sign. My secretary is coming down to also notarize. So we just wanted to bring you up to date. We're at the 99.9%.
Perspiration.
Yeah. As Thomas Edison once said. And what, 0.1% inspiration?
Right.
I love that phrase, you're right.
I think it's the other way around this. We're all 99% inspired, and, well, no, it can't be that way.
Francesca, is there anything, let me double check, or if I've missed anything, and what's also been very nice is we have a legal description, it's called meets and bounds of the new property. And one thing that drives me crazy, and I know other attorneys crazy, is when you have this meets and bounds description, trying to trace it later on without a sketch, it's difficult. So we've imposed upon Donald Santinoy, who's the surveyor hired by Lindsay, to prepare a separate sketch in legal to attach to the legal description. It's so much easier to follow.
It came in this morning. Now that, I would not want that on the deed, right, Tony, but for all other documents.
Yeah, other documents would be helpful, yeah. It can get kind of confusing with everything else that's on there, so we want. And one thing I'll be talking to the title company about also, when the deed gets recorded, they want a certified copy of this resolution, 2022-13 attached. Now it's monstrous. I'm going to ask them if we can just attach the resolution with Exhibit A, the legal description of the property. Or Exhibit A, and that's all.
With the revised legal.
And that's all they really, I think that's all they really wanted to show. So I'm not going to want to have them attach everything that's attached. So I think they'll be fine with that. Did I miss anything, Francesca, or
I don't
Mr.
think
Case?
so, not as far as updates from last meeting.
No, let's see here. Again, we just have a couple of conversations to discuss some document changes that came in last night or this morning, but those are more legal and technical from a title perspective than substantive. And that's it. So still plugging away to do the closing and have the wires. The monies will be wired to my trust account, be held in escrow pending receipt of all the documents and delivery, and then upon authorization, I would then issue a trust account check to the district to Kayla, issue checks then for recording costs and everybody else.
So do you need adoption of resolution 2022-13?
Oh, that's already occurred.
Okay, that's what I thought.
And this is just a document.
And so that blanket covers everything that's going to be signed today?
Yeah, because we have approval of form of special warranty deed, and so that they approved all these various documents and execute these documents. And also the chairman under section 5 authorized to take all actions necessary, desirable in connection with the closing, execute all statements, certificates, documents, papers, notices, and agreements necessary. So all that's contained within the resolution 2022-13, as opposed to enumerating everything in case we had one of the last minute documents. So we're fine with 2022-13. So we wanted to provide this update in case you had any questions about the revision we made to the declaration to adjust the roadway options to clean that up, which I think the board understood fully and agreed last time. And also that we updated some of the dates Francesca, anything else, or Mr. Case?
I think that's really it. We went over the small site plan changes.
Thank you.
Coming to the end.
We're getting there.
I know.
How's he doing with the county?
Our rezone, we were holding to find out what y'all thought about the roadway, and then when I went back to the county and found out that's not gonna be an easy process, Mike went back in, Mike Dellett, who typically accompanies me with Brady Minor, decided, and we all decided collectively to just go in with the site plan that shows the roadway, that's option C, so we can just get in. So that took a little bit of time to reconfigure everything, but we expect them to submit any day. And then as far as the process, that will go through multiple rounds of review, and Tony can speak to that. We have a neighborhood information meeting after at least the first round of review has occurred, so we'll probably come out around this location. It will be published and it will be mailed as far as notice for that meeting. We'll present basically what I think you all are at this point very familiar with, the site layout, the conversion to single family use. Following that meeting, then we have the approval or the green light, assuming we're satisfactory through all the comment rounds, to go to the first hearing, which is in front of the Planning Commission. That's also, everyone will receive notice for that hearing. That's a recommending body to eventually the Board of County Commissioners, which is, I can't, I'm not gonna tell you strict timing right now because the county's backlogged. Our team is doing their best to get everything done quickly, but I think if I gave you a time frame, it would be, a moving target, so it's not fair. But anyway, between Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners is 30 days. You'll get notice again about that hearing. That's the final adoption hearing at the Board of County Commissioner level. And then there's a 30-day appeal period, and after that appeal period, the zoning is real, and our site plans and plat can then be processed. So there's all of those administrative after documents. But
Hope it goes well.
thank you. Yeah, any support you all want to offer, we appreciate. There was that letter that I think you authorized sending to Commissioner LaCastro, and I don't know if that was sent or not, but any other actions you want to take as far as, do you recall what I'm referencing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it sent?
Yeah.
Oh, it was? Okay, I wasn't given a courtesy copy.
Well, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
You got a copy of it, right?
Yes, I believe I do. I'll look for it and we'll try to forward it.
Okay, that's fine. But we appreciate all of the support you've given. I think this has been, at least from my perspective, though, a lot of paperwork. I couldn't be more impressed by your board. How practical you are, how involved your residents have been and vocal, and it's created a really good project. Mr. Case and we've learned through this on what is best for you and what's best for this portion of the community. So
yeah, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Does that mean that we get a $3 million check today?
No.
it will
No.
be Tuesday likely. It will be the exchange of funds for the.
Yeah, and
Be on the lookout for cash.
well, and what happens, the closing statement will reflect that the district has expenses associated with the transaction.
That's it.
That, for example, we owe a commission for $180,000, $90,000 apiece to the broker, Michael Carr.
You already earned $100,000.
Right, and so we have $100,000 already in hand. Then they have the cost of the title insurance, which is a district obligation, and there are other various recording costs. So that number will come down because of that. So it'll be $2.7 million, I think it is.
Yeah, it's in the up.
$2 million something, yeah.
Do we split all those costs?
Some of them are split.
Yeah.
We haven't finalized the closing statement yet.
But the contract dictated those cost allocations,
Right.
so we're not making that up today.
That happens on almost all closings.
Well,
That's a liar.
Tuesday, right?
yeah, what?
We wire, but he'll cut a check, it'll probably get it, I don't know.
Well, the funds will be wired, transferred into our my law firm's trust account. And then and I'll hold it in escrow until it's all clear for everybody. Say, yes, it's all go, the documents are all fine. And I'm satisfied from the standpoint of, I also have to issue title insurance that I have all the necessary documents to record. Then we'll say we're closed, and then I will then record the various documents I will disperse. I will disperse checks to the district, send it to Cal, of our trust account. a check to Michael Carr of his brokerage, Paul Tadio of his brokerage, recording fees to the clerk of courts, monies to Chicago Title, and so on.
So and your attorney fees will come out of that and nothing that's necessary.
There is a portion of attorney's fees around the closing statement now for that. But there have been attorney's fees all along that have been paid separate and apart from.
Right.
They've been paid with regular statements.
Good. I'm gonna be so relieved. I think all of us.
All good questions.
Okay, so the next
Tony,
item.
should we have signing, or just, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but.
I'd rather.
Right after the meeting?
You do it right after, only.
Do you want me to stay?
Yeah, please. Only because I'd rather do it without any.
Interruption.
Because we're going to talk about a few of those also. Yeah.
Sorry,
You're not going
Francesca.
anywhere.
Nice try.
Sorry, we did move you up on the agenda.
You want to go to breakfast?
Do you want to take a break and handle?
Well, I think it would take about 15, 20 minutes. I also want to have conversations with Francesca about some of these.
Well, maybe we would want to listen to those conversations. Maybe we want to see the signing.
No, that's, again, it's just a matter of, hey, we're making these changes. I mean,
But it's board business, right? No?
It's
I mean, because
transactional.
you guys are all over my head with this stuff anyway,
Well,
so
not
if
the
anything
signing,
else comes up.
that's what we just went over.
And we're gonna have my assistant here at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, you understood all that, huh?
We'll have to wait at least until 11 o'clock. I mean, if you wanted to sit there at the table with us, that's fine.
I would prefer that we just went ahead with the meeting and signed it at the very end, only because it makes everybody that came to the meeting wait an extra 20 minutes
Yeah,
for
that's
us
fine. I didn't mean to be.
to get this done. That's just my,
Well, maybe we'll be done by 11.
maybe.
Hopefully.
Can we pray?
Looking good.
Can we pray on that?
Okay, the next item would be the monthly financial report.
Engineer.
Yeah.
Oh, did I forget you?
Yeah, you did. Good. Mars North, the repaving project. We're in the home stretches there. This morning, they should be finishing the last of the concrete work out there. They've got a little bit of valley gutter right there at Case Drive and the roadway into Marza. So that should be done today. And then after that, there's just a little bit of paving work a little bit of pavement marking work that needs to be done. And that should wrap up the project. So by mid-month, we should be pretty much done with the project come mid-October. So that's going real well.
It looks good.
Yeah. There are a couple little bird baths, and I'm gonna go back this afternoon. When did we get rain down here?
Every day. No.
Just say, at night, like last night. we had
Last
rain.
night, okay. There's a couple little puddles. I want to see if they kind of disappear between now and when I get out there this afternoon. If they disappear, then we're good with them. So that's pretty much Marza. If there aren't any questions.
Were there any additional costs at all?
No, not at this time. We don't have any additional costs, except we may want to go ahead and purchase one more 9-button sign. That's what goes at the end of the street to indicate that there's the end of the road. Right now, there's just one that's left over, and it should be posted with probably 2 signs. So we've asked the contractor to give us a price for that, but it shouldn't be too costly or anything else, and we can take care of that.
Yeah, for safety.
Yeah.
Should.
Yeah, that's the only additional cost we're looking at is just adding a sign perhaps.
Okay, and then what else do we have?
So the other item is 162, 163 K's Drive, Sunset K. And we sent a request back in, July, asking the property owners if they would be interested in entering into an agreement that we would split the costs of upgrading the pipe and the catch basins to meet district requirements. And we gave them a due date of today. I have not received any emails or anything else as far as documents and so forth to this point. They are on the request list to speak at the board meeting set today. So I guess at this point we'll defer to them.
By the way, that was August, not July.
It was August, okay.
August 21st is when you said July.
Okay, good.
All right, so Mr. Mess, was it, who's gonna?
Gary, yes.
I think both of them
Both of
have
them?
requested.
Morning.
Good morning.
Sure.
Gary McKinney, 162, beautiful Sunset Cave this morning. Hopefully it won't change too much this afternoon. In our last meeting, we discussed allowing Mr. Mess and myself to obtain the quotes to do this work outside of the board and the engineering to a great degree. And I attempted to do this month over the past several weeks. Mr. Smith gave me the spec, actually the day after the last meeting, which I really appreciate that. I went to work on it on Monday, received a little bit of information, but a couple of the contractors that I contacted wanted to know the length of the pipe. In the drawing that I got from Mr. Smith, he showed the pipe on the drawing, but we didn't have an actual physical length of that pipe. So I sent a request back to him to get that length, and he returned that saying that it should be around 80 feet, give or take, I guess, a little bit. And I have a little bit of an issue with that because if we do that, we're going to run this pipe all the way to the back of the property. And I personally feel that if we do that, we will jeopardize the seawall on the back part of the property. The water that comes through that pipe can be quite violent. When we get these torrential rains up there around 6 to 7 inches per hour, even though it doesn't rain that much per hour, that rate of rain over a 10 to 15 minute period makes that water coming through that pipe quite violent. You'll be surprised. I actually have some pictures of that. I've got several copies of this. You'll have to turn back to this page here to see the picture. This is a picture of the water. And if you remember, there was a lady that came in the last meeting that was showing you a picture of a circumstance where that was a rain rate of right at 6.7 inches per hour, which is well above normal. But the normal for the NAOA or whatever they call that thing is around 4. That's what they try to design around, is 4. But as you can see, that's what comes out of a 12-inch pipe. To put that 15-inch pipe in, it's going to allow that area on the road to drain a lot quicker. Now, that particular day, that water actually did drain within 10 minutes. It was out of the street, 10 to 12 minutes after the rain had stopped.
What are these black pipes with water coming out of them?
Those are no longer there. That's been cut out. Those were coming out of Mr. Mess's house.
Where does that water go now?
It sure will come into that area, but the pipes have been cut back and now they're in the ground, so to speak.
So they're still flowing into this?
They're still flowing into here. Over time. But that's just the water work in his house on the gutters. I have several copies of this.
Yeah, no, I saw it.
We saw it.
Okay. If anybody wants more copies. Anyway, Mr. Mess had contacted the county engineer regarding the 80-foot pipe to get his opinion of what he thought, and it's my understanding, Mr. Mess can probably talk a little better to this because he spoke with him, that the county engineer pretty much agreed with my assessment that that water could cause some problems if we put that pipe all the way to the back. And I think he recommended that we come back up right where the pipe is now.
Which is how many feet?
It's approximately 35 feet. But as you can see, it gives the water time to calm down before it gets back here around the retaining wall. You don't have that violent action down here. It's just kind of a little laminate type flow in that area. But we would like to propose that we go with the existing, down to the existing area. Also in the information that Mr. Smith sent to me, he wanted to put in 2 concrete catch basins, FDOT approved type catch basins. Not opposed to that, but I did get quotes for that to actually put those in with the grading on the top. That was, he recommended cast iron grading that goes on the top of those. That was the quotes on those were about $780 a piece. That included the grate that goes on the top.
Can you define a catch basin, what it does?
I have it wrong.
It's basically a box, and the pipes, water flows in the top of it at the inlet, and then it flows into the pipe that's underground that ties into that box. And then on the opposite side of it, there's another box, I'm going to call it a bubble up type box, where the water will enter in and then flow up and out of the box.
Isn't that how it's set up now, though?
So, yes, that's the way it's set up now. Except these are concrete boxes versus poly type boxes.
Oh, okay.
There's no concrete box there right now.
Yeah, so the water, there's no concrete box on the back end. So.
Yes, there will be in the future.
Well, no, I'm saying now. So if the box on the back end, no matter where it is going to cause the water to come up.
Correct.
Through the box, which will cut down the turbulence.
Correct.
And then it spreads into the holding area.
Correct.
So if we put 80 feet out there, like you're saying, it's not going to affect the wall because it's not going to be like a hose shooting at the wall. It's not a seawall, it's the
berm.
The berm, yeah. So it's not, if we use the other, then it's not going to do what Mr. McKinney is saying, right?
So the pipe goes back and splits into 2
No.
catch basins?
No, just it
Catch
goes
basin
back to one catch
Oh, one
basin
in the
and then it
front, one in the
bubbles up and out. And what we tried to do is get it back as far as we could in that swale, just so there's less maintenance in the future of having to keep that swale open in the back there.
Because the maintenance is ours.
Yeah, the maintenance is gonna be yours.
I think the maintenance is the homeowner.
No, not anymore.
When did that change? It was always my understanding.
We have been discussing it, and because years ago, the boards felt it was the homeowner's responsibility. But
That was the policy.
Yeah, but we can see that really hasn't worked well. And then it's our land, and I believe
It's not your land.
Sorry.
It's our easement.
All right.
It's our easement.
But I think the lawyer said that it really is our responsibility, so.
Maintenance.
Maintenance.
But originally, when he put that in, you were worried about loss of percolation.
Right.
Percolation zone.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Now you're taking 45 feet of percolation zone away from it by making it an 80-foot pipe.
It will still be depressed there, but we wanted to get the pipe as far back as we could because over time those swales do fill in. So we wanted to get it back as far as we could towards the main swale. Just again, cut down on some future maintenance as the natural sediment occurs in those swales that we have less to maintain in the future a little bit, that it's not so critical of that
Because we've
buildup.
actually lost, the grass that you usually have in that swale, because that absorbs the water too. We don't have that anymore.
The idea was to
taking
keep
45 feet away from that if you make it 80 feet long.
Well, it'd be piped to 80 feet, but that swale will still be maintained where it's at today.
It's still gonna go in the same place.
That can't be, that wouldn't occur. That swell would have to fill up a little bit to make that, to keep the elevation requirement you sent to me.
I believe we set the top of that box, I believe it what the required finished swale grade is.
The other thing too is I don't understand the maintenance issue. To me, 35 feet is less pipe to maintain than 80 feet.
The pipe's a lot easier to maintain than an open swale.
The open swale is easy to maintain. We mow it.
Here's my thoughts. We pay an engineer to tell us what we need. He's told us what we need. So you have I'm sure you have a bid from somebody that's going to do it the way he designed it, so let's have the bid.
And is this with a larger
Mr.
pipe?
Sam, I'll be more than happy to do that, but please, you're gonna open up a can of worms that I don't believe we can get closed. Now.
What does that mean?
You'll see.
No, I think I'd like to know in
You'll see,
advance.
okay, you'll see. The difference between the two quotes is about $1,000. And it's actually probably a little more because the labor that's quoted to do this is actually for 80 feet of pipe. So right now, what I have, and I apologize for not getting the information to you, but I didn't get it till last night, and I spent all morning getting this together, trying to formalize it a little bit. This is the quotes for the labor, and then the materials are attached to the back of it. And I did rough calculations. At 80 feet, the price would be about somewhere around $10,400. At existing, it would be somewhere around $9,400. And that's the difference.
Well, this says 71 and it's with 80 feet.
No, that's the labor only. That's labor only. That's just the labor to put the parts in. I'm acquiring the parts myself to save money. It is HPDE certified pipe. I've attached the specifications to the pipe in the back of it there. The boxes are FDOT approved boxes, type C. They're manufactured by a company up in Estero, Florida. I would have to find me a trailer that's capable of hauling these things with my truck, but they weigh about a little over 3,000 pounds a piece. So they're quite massive in weight. But if the board feels they want to go with the 80 feet,
Well,
I guess we'll do that.
the only thing is, I think the 40 feet that's there is, to me, that looks like it makes more sense, but he's the engineer and he did it. And I don't want him to re-engineer it again because I'm going to have to pay him again. Okay. And if they put the 80 feet in, like he described, your hands off after that. Anything happens, it's a CID's responsibility. If we change it, it might not be the
I
case.
believe we also have to get the approval of the county.
Right.
And the county is.
Okay. Well, then that's
80
it.
feet. I guess they have to battle that.
That's right. Then he's got to battle that. Right. That's the only way I see this going. So.
Mr. McKenna had indicated to Mr. Smith that he was going to call you yesterday, or did he speak with you?
No, I have not received any phone calls.
He has nothing from Mr. McKenna.
No.
Legal wise, a letter or anything.
Yeah, we have nothing in writing.
One other issue that I have no control over, and no one does really, but in the last meeting, we said we had to have this done in 60 days.
Mm-hmm.
The lead time on the basins is, right now, is 90 days minimum. And the man was very adamant about it. He said, we'll be lucky to get it in 90 days.
You said they're 3,000 pounds each.
They're 3,200 pounds a piece.
Here's the thing. I don't think that's going to be a problem as far as the 60 days, because number one, it's got to go to the county first for permitting.
Right.
And that is going to be your expense. We'll submit it, but that's your expense for the permit. So that's going to take time. So, I mean, we can give you I don't think the 60 days is going to be a problem as far as getting it done, because we're going to have to get it done after the permit is issued anyway.
Rainy season will be over.
Well over 90 days.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And it's not unusual for that kind of lead time on concrete box structures right now.
Again, I don't have a problem with that. What I'm saying is that we got to go through the permitting process anyway first before you can even begin. So that's going to take time, and if they're behind in the county permitting, it won't make any difference as far as that goes.
Right.
But my question on this is this is just like a guy, a group that's going to dig it out and put the pipe in. Are they certified contractors? Do we know it's a certified contractor?
What is a certified contractor?
A licensed contractor.
Licensed contractor?
A general contractor or underground contractor?
I would assume they're licensed contractors.
We can't assume that. We have to know.
Well, he's the person that submitted my bid, so.
Who's that?
Joey the home builder. They're certified.
But as long as he's meeting the specs.
No, he's got to be a licensed contractor.
Well, and the other thing too, in the last meeting, Mr. Sam, I believe you asked a question to Mr. Cowell about your liability in regards to that, and he had indicated that as long as we were doing it, then the board or the district would not be responsible.
I don't know.
I think it was the E-Verify issue.
That was the E-Verify issue. I think if we're going to take it over, which we would do with the usage agreement, we have to have a licensed contractor do it. We can't take over.
No, I disagree.
To the guy who does it for me up in Lehigh on all my houses. He's licensed and he's bonded and he's insured, and all those guys are workers' comp, so there's not an issue with that.
So this bid that you got is for a licensed contractor.
That bid that I gave him the connection that I use up in Lehigh. I have nothing to do with the job. I'm not in there at all. He is a licensed contractor. He does he's a DOT. He does
It's got to be inspected by the county anyway, so then it has to be all the
To work
specs.
in the county, you have to have a licensed contractor, licensed in Collier County.
He's got to be licensed in Collier County to do the work.
He's in Collier County. He's also licensed in Lehigh.
What I would suggest is that we get additional information concerning the contractor, see copies of his licenses, his insurance and so forth. And then we also get detailed shop drawings on all the materials that are to be provided. My first glance at the pipe, it doesn't appear to be the pipe that I requested.
It is, it's exactly.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to disagree with you and drop it at that.
Yeah.
I need to see more detailed
I'm sorry,
information.
but I can't fight this every meeting, his opinion versus what.
Well, he's our engineer.
I'm sorry, but I met his spec. I met his spec. But now his spec is changing. Looks like it has 3 times already.
No, I can show you the packet, sir, but we'll discuss this later if you like.
Packets with 2 different specs. Now, I tried to
If that was a
accommodate the best
problem,
I can.
there should have been communication with them
There's-
to resolve it, not the day of a meeting.
Here's
This
the
was
thing.
supposed to be finalized.
We can
by
solve
now.
the whole thing as far as, how we do this and put it right back to the way it was. Because obviously,
That's an
there was
option.
never a problem with the way it drained before. It was no problem at all with the drainage. Never. So the problem was never about the draining. The problem was access to Mr. Mess's garages.
No.
Yes, it is.
No.
Then take it down and take a look at Mr.
Certain
Mess's.
people on this board have made it that problem, but that was not the problem.
And who's that aimed
We
at?
made it that problem?
Yes.
We didn't violate the easement.
We didn't build the house.
We didn't violate, Mr. Levy and Mr. Mess.
Violation, you just said about access to a garage.
No,
Not
every,
violation of the easement.
that's what it was about in the beginning, all along. He could not have access to it, or he could, but it would cut off a lot of his access to his 3rd garage there.
It would cause him to build a retaining wall that would become
Bingo.
quite dangerous.
Well, if you look at, I think it's 190 Sunset K, back by his waterway, he has a retainer wall. There's never been any problem with it. So that they work.
If you put the ground back in there, the coefficient of friction across that ground, you're gonna back that water up into the, I don't care what you do, you'll back the water back up into the street. You got 5 new houses there now. Every one of those houses are dumping the water right out into the street. I mean, that's the way they're supposed to do it.
No, they're supposed to dump it into the swale
Go
in the
both
back.
ways.
Comes off the gutters, comes off the gutters, goes into the swales and
It goes to the swale in the back.
No, it's supposed to dump to the front and the back. It's supposed to
Yeah,
drain
yeah,
to the front and the
exactly,
back.
but it goes to the back's real swale just as much as the front swale.
So what's happening in that house, and it's happening in a lot of the houses in between that have the exact same thing, and that's where they're flooding, they're too high. That slope that you're asking is way too steep, especially with the new FEMA elevations. That would be a 3 to 4 foot drop. First of all, safety issues, that would be a liability to the board or CID or to the county, and they want a 5 to 1. Collier County is even more restrictive than Lee County. They want 5 to 1 foot slope. Impossible to do there. It's just impossible. So that would be cut down. It is an easy solution as far as I can tell. I would just fill it all up. The water's gonna back up like it does everywhere else on every other K street.
Well,
and then there would be no issue. There would be no pipe. And I spoke to McKenna about it, so we can put it like everybody else has it, and it would just be a gradual slope. But with what he's asking for, it's not feasible. It's impossible to maintain that dirt up there. The houses, remember, this house is 2 foot higher than all the other houses because of the FEMA.
All right, let me ask.
So let me just finish.
Okay.
McKenna said that the actual way to do it is that everything has to be resubmitted in a new drainage area, and everything has to be raised up to concur with the new FEMA lines, because it's impossible to put a steep thing like he has in his back. That is so bloody steep, it is dangerous. Anybody mowing the lawn, that's a liability, as far as I'm concerned, for the board. And we pay to that board, that's a liability. What he did is a good thing, because no one can hurt themselves. A lawn crew cutting the grass there, that's a dangerous slope. Have you gone to see it? What it was like?
I look at it almost every day.
In the back, I'm talking about the back.
I drive by it with my boat every day.
Okay, so you can stand in that ditch and it's up to here.
Okay.
And it's steep like this. How are you supposed to maintain?
All right, let's go back to day one.
Mhm.
Who was the site planner? Who did the site work for this?
The surveyor.
Okay, now, who submitted the site plan to the county?
We did.
Okay, now, if you look at the site plan, even I, who's not an engineer, can look at that site plan and say, there's a big problem here with 2 edges of his house. One in the back where right now he's violated that easement, and one on the side where he violated that easement. That should have been taken care of.
Well, if you would have been working for the county, you would have refused the permit and we wouldn't have this problem. But the county approved the permit and it's good. We had the engineer take a look at it and they said this is what they recommend to do. Now, for some reason or another, you ask me a question, you don't let me finish.
Okay.
That's what happens at this board. You ask questions.
Go ahead.
And you go and bulldoze right over it. So if the county said it was fine, they came to look at it, they said it's not a problem, but of course it's a problem personally, and that's my opinion. Personally, some board members like to take this personally. They don't look at the best solution, they don't look at what is feasible and what makes sense. They like to put their power trip on it. And the system was working fine. We were told at the beginning, if it works fine, let's see, rainy season's coming. If it works fine, maybe we could leave it. Maybe we could use it on the other houses where we're having issues. Works fine, then it changed. Oh, no, what was the other thing? There were so many hoops that you guys kept giving. The system works fine. It's a solution for the other problems where we're having flooding and blowouts. You just spent $9,000 on a blowout on my street. You spent $10,000 on an engineer. You could have repaired all these problems, but of course not. And it's not because all of a sudden we have to be what the county wants. We have to have their restrictions. Where everywhere else in our community, none of it is code respected. None of it has to do with the drainage plan. But all of a sudden, we're making an example of him. And I can name at least 40 violations in some other communities, which they're not 15-inch pipes, they shouldn't be dumping, they shouldn't be there, and the swales have been filled, but now let's make an example of one. So that's another problem for our community. If that gentleman wants to take this to court, why aren't you not enforcing this on everybody? Why are you singling one person out? The system is working, you guys keep dragging this on and on and on and on, but you guys have your reason to do it.
Well, now that you've impugned me by saying that basically some people on this board have a personal problem, I have no personal problem with it at all. I have a problem with the fact that you violated the easement that we had. Not only that, we voted at the second meeting after that, at the recommendation of our attorney, to deny it. That was in
February.
No, I think that it was actually either March or April. We denied it completely. And then we put a cease and desist order on you, and you guys completed the work without our permission. And we have been after this since then. We denied your request, and now we're just having to clean it up.
And so you just mentioned violations. What about all the other violations? Why are you?
We're not discussing other violations. We're discussing this violation.
But it's not so.
Better get ready to discuss the other one for this company.
Well, great. Bring it on, because here's the deal. The people that you're going to cause additional expense will be everybody in the
But
board.
are you worried about the violations, or are you worried about this now? So I don't understand how you can.
No, I'm worried about the violation of
now you're
our.
only for violations, but the other violations you're willing to oversee, overlook, turn the other way. But this violation, you can't. Is that hypocritical?
What violations are you talking about? You're gonna go ahead and mention. Go ahead and mention them.
I don't want to throw anybody under the bus.
Go ahead, throw us.
You've already put a lot of pictures out there. I think we all know what violations you're talking about.
We don't.
But unless you know what happened at that time.
Joe, will you let her finish?
Yeah, unless you know what happened at that time, I myself cannot say it's right or wrong. It's there, but my feeling has always been 2 wrongs don't make a right. You don't continue on, whether they're right or wrong, that we can look into. But right now they're there. This was not there. This we tried to stop, and it was just continued on. And now we're still arguing about it, and I think that's crazy.
I agree.
You know, why does it all come down to our problem? And why are we throwing out there people on the board? Why are we doing that? What has the board done wrong? And you make it sound like this is personal. I think part of it is aimed at me because I live on that street. And yes, I feel it's wrong. I felt it was wrong from the time that house was just staked. And I said something, I believe I said something to you. How is that man gonna get in his garage? But it just kept going on. I said, they must have a solution. Then I heard the county suggested a retainer wall. My neighbor has a retainer wall. It works fine. And then all of a sudden you went ahead and did this. So why are we so wrong?
Because I'll tell you why, because you're telling me he's done a violation and he's done a violation when you just said there's so many other violations, but you're enforcing that violation. Either you police everybody, you don't pick people and selectively police
That
them.
was done years ago.
No, it's not.
It's not current, what you're talking about.
So either you find a solution as the CID, find a solution for everybody. Until then, what he's done is not causing anybody damages. Find a solution for all this problem.
Why are we not finding a solution right now?
You're the CID, I don't know.
Well, I think we have.
Gary?
It's just pipe that
Yes,
Gary-
Ray? Well, excuse me, Ray?
May I speak?
Yes.
We're getting dragged down the rabbit hole again, and it's got to stop. Okay? Number one, I'd like to know who built the house. Okay, I want that on record. Who built that house and put it where it is? Number two, we gave them 30 days. That's up today. No discussion. It's not up for discussion anymore. Those days are over. So we need to know if they have a contractor that's licensed in Collier County to do it, and they're willing, ready, willing, and able to do it. We want their information. That's it. There's no other discussion. It doesn't matter what anybody thinks about pipes or anything else. Our engineer that we're paying for, that we get blamed for paying all the time, has come up with this. It's on us. That's what we're putting in. No more discussion. We don't need anybody else's opinions at this point, especially when they're not an expert. So let's move on with this and end it. Today's the day. Either they give us somebody or we get somebody. That's it. No more discussion. You're getting sucked in again.
We're trying to put it to a close right here, right now. We have all the information there.
You want to come up
The
here so he can
problem-
hear you?
I think it would, but I'll come up. The problem is, right now, was just the length of the pipe and what kind of a pipe. We have people who do the work, and now the bone that came in the middle was, he wants to change what type of pipe it is. So
Okay.
now you just gotta tell us what type of pipe it is
You
and
have
we
told
move
him what
forward.
type.
That's all.
Yeah, this is the package I did send
Yes.
to them, and it specifies the type of pipe to be used. And what has been submitted doesn't appear to be that type. If they want to provide some additional information on the pipe they wish to use,
Right.
and it does meet all the FDOTs and so forth, then we're willing to consider it.
That's all we're
But
asking.
for what I'm
That's-
seeing on what paper.
I'm saying
they-
we're not moving anything.
Let me finish,
Everything is
let me
fine.
finish.
Yeah, sure.
If they provide that information, then I can sign off on the pipe. If it doesn't meet the specifications, the state specifications and the county specifications, then I will not sign off on the pipe. One-page submittal on that does not satisfy me at this point.
We'll get you the information this week on the pipe.
I got a cut sheet from Home Depot off their website. That's not the information I'm looking for. That's not the information I'm looking for. I'm looking for a product information sheet with the materials made out of, if it's got any FDOT approvals and so forth. The information I did send them consisted of this type of information: manufacturer's literature on the pipe, talking about how it's constructed with the materials used, the fact that it's got the FDOTs, and so forth, all these certifications. Now, the packet that he handed out this morning, there's just a single sheet with the price quote from Home Depot.
Tractor Supply.
Oh, Tractor Supply, I'm sorry, I hate to run
Behind
Home
that
Depot
sheet,
now.
behind that sheet, I don't know if you saw the specs or not, but there's the specs. HPDE, dual wall.
Yeah, I got it. What I'm not seeing is any kind of information on it, if it's got any kind of certifications from FDOT.
So how do we get that?
Then we'll get that to you this week.
And then we should have, if these people are certified, then let's apply for the permit and get going on it.
I'll contact the company. and see if
Yeah,
I
we
can
would,
get the-
I think what we'd like to see is a copy of the man's license and his insurance.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We would like to get a little more detailed specifications. I know that until you place your order for your catch basins, you're not going to get any shop drawings, but we'd like to see some shop drawings also on those boxes.
How soon can we do that?
I think it could all be done.
No, it's typical for construction. It can all be done.
Well, let's
Now,
move
what
on.
about this part where the county says? Does the county give you something in writing if their opinion is different? Or do they contact you or?
No, he said he didn't.
The homeowners are, the way it's planned right now, I believe, is the homeowners would be the permittees. And they would submit the permit to the right-of-way department probably, and it would process through there. I wouldn't be surprised if the right-of-way department doesn't send something to the district asking for our approval also.
Well, and you should have a easement use agreement with them.
Yeah, that's right.
So
Do they know how to get the easement use
We
agreement?
we set up the standard form that we do
Yeah, we
use.
have a draft. We have, you see the draft.
Yeah, I would suggest that when the documents are filed with Cuyahoga County, that it be accompanied by a cover letter saying that the CID is being copied on the submittal, and also put a CC on there so that we know at the time of the submittal that it has been submitted.
We'd like to resolve
We
this.
do want this done.
Yeah, the draft is very similar to what we use for the dock accesses and so forth at the rear yards. It's just a substitutional language for drainage and so forth.
And the sooner the better, because I'll tell you, I've been approached by some people in the community asking why we're spending community money by offering 50% of this. So the longer it takes, the more feedback we're gonna get, and I don't know if it's gonna be positive or negative.
We'll get that to you this.
Yeah, appreciate it.
I appreciate your good quote.
Gary?
Yes?
Gary, I'd like to
Yes,
make
Ray.
one other comment now that we got this resolved finally. And there's nothing personal here, nothing personal, that's the disclaimer. A long time ago, Mr. Levy brought to our attention, because he's lived here 12 years, that there were a lot of things that were wrong with the drainage. And that sent us an email with pictures. We immediately listened to that and we bought the GIS system. The GIS system is going to aid us in repairing those things. Mr. Levy agreed that for 12 years that he's been there, nothing had ever been done by the previous board. And evidently it hadn't. In fact, it's gone 15 years. So we took it upon ourselves as the new board to fix that situation. So with the help of the GIS and the engineering reports, that's what we intend to do.
That's true, Ray. Thank you for bringing that up.
But in their defense, they didn't have any money, and now we finally do, and so that's why we're in a position to act.
But basically, the earlier boards of supervisors had accepted the drainage being a low priority, and that's where it was. So now we're going to need to play catch up.
Yeah. Well, there wasn't any money really to maintain it, and I think that's what.
Correct.
It was switched over to the homeowner.
I'm just gonna say one thing. If we accept this, which we're going to, what we've done is set a precedent. And I believe Tony was the one who told us before about not setting the precedent. The precedent is, all you have to do is violate our easement, go ahead and get the job done, and then create about $20,000 in cost to this community because of the engineer and attorney's fees that we've had to deal with this. And then because we get sick and tired of being blamed for something that is not our fault, then we're the ones that are the bad guys.
Well, it was your fault.
Let me
because the
finish.
Drainage issues were there
It's
for
not,
12 years.
it's not our fault. There was absolutely nothing wrong with the drainage there before. The
Yeah.
problem, I'm talking, I gave you the floor, let me finish. We had a gentleman on Venus K, came to us, asked permission to put a fence across our swale. We denied that request. What's to say that gentleman just goes out there now, puts the fence across the swale, and comes back to us and says, you let Mr. Mess go ahead and take care of that swale, why can't you let me? You've set a precedent, and that's wrong, period.
Okay, Mr. Smith, you need the backup materials for the pipe, certificates from the contractor, and drawings of the box. It's what, on the box, I'm kind of.
They're called basically shop drawings, and the fabricator should be familiar with that. That's just to confirm the dimensions, the depth of the box, and the fact they do meet the requirements of FDOT. And
The dimensions were on that.
Like I said, this was dumped on me this morning, and I haven't had the time to spend a whole bunch of time studying it. So if the dimensions are adequate, but normally there is a shop drawing that would be produced that they actually fabricate the box from.
Type of concrete used or?
That'd be part of this middle, that'd be on that shop drawing. Those shop drawing that shop drawing may need to follow a little bit later because it's probably gonna be backlogged similar to the fabrication of the box. So if you can get that to us before they actually fabricate, so much the better.
Just if I could add just one thing about the way things were, the way things are. On that particular street, on that K at the end, 5 new houses were put in. Our property was extremely low. And when water was being drained, my whole lot was filled with water, all right? In the building of our house, I can only speak for my house, we put in 87 truckloads of dirt to get up to the correct level. And if you do that times 5, where the water was just sucked into those empty lots that now all have houses with roofs. Here we are. That's the problem. It's where's the water going? It's got to go someplace.
I guess the issue too is no one came to us with this problem before they decided on a resolution. I did some workup because there's been a lot of talk about us overspending from our budget. And your house has cost us about $13,000, which is over 10% of what we spent on engineering. So how do we explain that to the community? You know, it's costing us in the long run, whereas this could have all been resolved up front. And we tried everything to stop it and get it resolved, and it never happened. So you have to accept some of the responsibility here. It's not all CID that created the problem.
It's 100% their responsibility.
Yeah.
I had to come here and spend $300,000 just to have a conversation with you, and you let these people come in who have created their own problem and not have to have an engineer to speak. I don't speak, you notice? I only have an engineer or an attorney speak. So next time, save my time. I just spent $300 with her listening to 2 people that don't have an engineer, complaining about an engineer. Get an engineer. Grady Minor has been approved by this district. They'll do anything you want for drainage. I've never heard of someone saying, hey, I'm building in an easement and then it's your fault.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
That's how
Thank
it's
you.
being received.
I mean,
Sorry.
you ought to be lucky that they've been gracious to you, because this would be
Well, that's
shut
what
off
I'm
in
trying to
5
resolve.
seconds in a water
I'm
course.
trying to resolve it right now. That's what Mr. McKay.
Let's move it. Let's move it.
Can we
Enough
ask questions?
discussion.
Can we ask questions?
This is
I
a.
believe Mr.
resolution.
Westerman wanted to speak at one time, didn't he?
Yeah, let this person ask a question.
This is Mrs. Reed.
Yes, this is Karen Reed, 199 case. While we're on this and while we're resolving issues, once this drainage thing is done the way you guys are talking about, what's this going to do for some of the code, I believe, as far as easement access to where I think the CID requires 10 feet from center of the easement to your driveway. And also there's a certain percentage that I'm aware of where your front yard, your front can't exceed 40% of drivable surface. Is all this going to be corrected when they put that pipe in?
I believe that's county.
Typically county, yes. Yeah.
But
As far as the 10-foot, the access to the rear swale, we'll just have to go up and over the existing improvements. And
No,
now
the side driveway to your property line.
The county requires a certain setback from the property line to the edge of the sidewalk, to the side of the driveway typically.
7.3 feet.
I believe it's actually 7.5, but I'm
Well,
working from
7.375.
Yeah, I think it's
Right,
7.5.
right. Now, in the case of the easement and so forth, that may be even pushed a little bit further out. And there's also certain widths of driveways that have to be minimum size and also maximum sizes. There's all kinds of different things in the driveway, right-of-way ordinance.
So
Right. But what does that, what, are we going to have, is there going to be an issue with the driveway with this new pipe?
Unfortunately, it's a kind of a gray area at this time because the county doesn't seem to want to take jurisdiction over the right-of-way permitting.
They don't, the right of way, they don't have anything with the right of way. But when it comes to the water easement on the side, they have guidelines, but from my understanding from you is the CID has a guideline of 10 feet from the edge of your driveway to the center of that side.
It's not actually, that particular one, the 10-foot, only would exist for the locations where we do have those side yard drainage easements. Otherwise, we would fall back on if we had any jurisdiction, we would fall back on the county standard.
Okay, so county standard is 7.5.
Correct.
So is that going to need to be 7.5 from the center of the water drainage?
In this case, the district would consider a easement use agreement that would waive that requirement.
Really?
That would be a condition of using the easement.
Does the county have anything? Did the county have anything to do with coming into that back drain on the riprap wall into the water? If they had to do repairs to that or anything, is that theirs or is that CID's?
That would be CID. The county has no responsibility for maintenance of those drainage areas.
Okay, I think we had another.
Okay. And then what about the 40% of your front yard?
Again, I'd have to look into that a little bit, but I believe that's a Collier County requirement that they should have been looking at.
Did you ever has there ever been a copy of the survey or site plan with the whole driveway put in that was submitted to anybody?
I personally have not seen one.
We don't get any site plans.
We only are able to obtain what is posted on the county website as far as building.
Okay.
Yeah. So Collier County might have that.
So the Collier County is responsible for landscape, and that's what their responsibility is. We have no responsibility to enforce anything on but permitting for landscaping or driveways or anything else. That is the county, even though my understanding is the county says, oh no, it's ours because it's a CID street.
Right, the county told me that the right of way is CID's, but there's other code things once you get into as far as the side swale. So there's got to be one of the two that they follow, either 7.5 or the 10 feet.
Okay. We had another.
Mr. Westerman.
Ron Westerman, 285K Drive. I'm a retired engineer, a chief engineer. No, I'm not licensed in Florida. I'm hoping that in your thoughts on what you're doing, you took into consideration the turbidity of your water coming through those pipes and the pressure involved when it's coming out at the end of that pipe with the length of that pipe. I've seen walls blown out. I'm not talking seawalls, I'm talking built boxes in my past, in my history. And I'm hoping that you have all that down in your plans. You've probably seen it too if you've been out there in the world, and you know what I'm talking about. The young lady was just on, I don't know if she gave thought as to what the driveways are made out of. They're very permeable. The water will go through, it will soak. That's what they were meant to do. It's not solid asphalt nor concrete. I get upset with the board when I see that you're reacting in the fashions that you do when you're yelling, you're screaming, pounding tables. And that's just not the way things should be happening here at all, in any regard. at any time. You all took an oath, and I listened to it again this morning when you stood up and pledged allegiance to that flag. Liberty and justice for all is the main line that I listen to and I live by. And I would hope that all you do too. Seriously, because I am very tired of the way this board acts and responds to people. And yes, I am vocal, and I will continue to be vocal until I see change. It's not the way things are supposed to be done. You're elected to do a job, liberty and justice for all, always. That's all I have to say.
Is there anybody else?
What do we need on this?
I think you're going to need a motion. You need to make this contingent upon a easement use agreement. I don't know if you want to establish a cost. I think you did last meeting. And then engineer's approval of what's being submitted.
I don't think part time will allow you to they only allow it for non-habitable. After the fact, they could have happened like 10 years ago, and you're trying to rectify it. That's my understanding, David. I could be wrong, but I think this is a full vacation and replacement. I don't think you'll get away with it. From what I just heard of the fact,
No, I agree with you.
garage segment, I don't think part time.
Well, there's not a permanent structure over the easement.
It's not a garage.
No.
It's a driveway.
It's a driveway, it's pipe.
Yeah, Francesca, we've had this conversation. Jack McKenna was out. Jack saw the site. Jack talked about having the portion of the driveway that's over the easement being FDOT compliant. So there's no other structure. There's impervious surface.
Would you resurvey the easement and vacate part of it and realign it if there's?
What the idea is, and the county has done this before also, they used to call them non-disturbance and encroachment agreements. Now they call them easement use agreements.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And that's the,
Sorry.
it's okay.
I didn't mean to.
Don't build a district for your time. Lindsay, just don't have Francesca build the district for 5 minutes here. Okay, that's all right.
Closing statement. 5 minutes of input.
I'm bearing all the costs.
No, but we've had that conversation. No, it's okay, Francesca.
I was hoping my role here would be to help patients, because while I was heavy with the guys earlier, but really it's true that if the problem as it evolved would have had an engineering conversation with the engineer here, then, and it isn't a criticism. Once a lot's out there, the world's shooting for it. And so there's part of the complaint that we were in there, and there weren't rules on access to the board, and they didn't know that they needed to get, they don't know if the problem's that bad, and they don't know if they need to go hire a full engineer to do a conversation with a whole Montez. And so I just wanted to get that caveat on what I was saying. I'm not wanting to be attacked here, but I'm thinking that engineering knowledge raises all of us to a better outcome.
Tony, are you in agreement with what we're doing?
There's a way of resolving it. I mean, it's like any situation. They were wrong the way they handled it. I think we're all in agreement as to that. They were told not to do it. That's why they went ahead and did it without getting board approval. And now we're all after the fact, and this has been going on since April, I think. And we've taken up a gazillion time at the board meetings, Cal's time, my time, David's time. I think this is, if we're gonna split the cost and have them fix it, and have an engineer, and have the county accept it, if it's not gonna cause problems with South Florida, which it doesn't sound like it will, and they sign the easement use agreement, which says that if it interferes with what we need to do, we can take it out, and we can make them take it out. And if they don't take it out, we take it out, we can bill them. I'm fine with that. David, are you on board with that, David and Cal?
Yeah, I think we need to let the process just continue. They've committed this morning to go ahead and get the additional information to us. And then next step is seeing them get under contract with their contractor and get the process done.
What about any wording for non-precedent setting? Are we allowed to put that in?
No, and again, some people could argue it's a precedent. I would always take a position, each situation is unique on an ad hoc basis to look at it. And I think, again, we've talked about an overall evaluation of the stormwater management system. And also we've had those conversations with South Florida about other steps that may need to be taken.
What's the timing of the GIS report?
It's probably, I'll have it next month.
Yeah, it's almost done.
That'll help bring all the
Oh, yes.
streets and other violations you referred to as violation. This type of
let me-
study will see that. right?
Let me jump in. The GIS is limited to those improvements that are hard infrastructure. As far as the violations that are being talked about, those have not been surveyed in at this point.
Right. Yeah, it's just an information database of what you have in place. It'll identify all the easements, yeah, it'll reflect the as-built.
Some of the information will not be public information only because of security reasons. Information about location of water lines, sewer lines, those type of things will not be made available on the public website.
Yeah, and Michelle, again, but to answer your question, in addition to what I mentioned, we could put language in the easement use agreement that this is, in Florida, every piece of property is considered unique. You can articulate that this is unique to this particular circumstance, not to be construed as a basis for predicate for anybody else. We can try to make that as much as possible. But again, I think the message that needs to go out, I think this board has sent that out, is don't do and then come in for forgiveness. You know, and I think that's what's most annoying to all the professionals and the board, quite frankly. And that's what's run up the cost.
Right, exactly.
For instance, we've just had a builder come in to send us an inquiry about going ahead and covering a part or most of their drainage swale at the rear with a deck. And basically we told them that's a no-go, that we would go ahead and allow limited access for a boat dock, but that would be it. So again, that builder's come in front of even doing any kind of building or site planning to seek out what he can do.
Okay. All right, so we have the motion, or where are we?
The motion, I would assume, Tony, David, is to proceed with the plans, or to reject them and to have authorize Tony to pursue, legal means to have it removed, but to proceed with the understanding that a easement use agreement will be in place, that the costs are identified based on what David identifies as the acceptable material, and that the engineer approves it overall.
Well, and again, part of it, is there not, are the expenses of the district being paid for as part of this also or not?
Say that again?
We had said the district would pay 50%.
Okay, I think that's
Up to a
part
certain dollar.
I think that needs to also be in there, that the easement use agreement will only be issued upon remittance to the district of, half of the cost.
Actually, I think, Tony, it was going to be set up that they would pay 100% of the cost, and then upon a satisfactory completion
Okay, the
and
district would
a bill of sale, then we would issue.
So the easement use agreement will not be signed by the district or issued until such time as the district has those monies, correct?
Yes.
All right, so
Okay. So the motion is to
Don't make me say
proceed
it.
based upon a fully executed easement agreement that includes payment of the bill, the engineer's approval.
Should we put a time limit on that so that we're not, I think we give them a week to give that information to David? Because let's not drag this out any further.
Get it over.
Yeah, the only thing they may have difficulty getting in that 1 week time frame is going to be getting the detailed drawings on the catch basins, and that we can forgo until further in the process.
But we definitely need to have like the license for the contractor, that is a licensed contractor, and stuff like that.
And the pipe itself.
And the pipe
material.
itself.
And we need this from
Are
you.
you
and
going
it's
Just
perfect.
give me 2 weeks. I mean, I'll start on it Monday, but I don't know. I'm at the contract with those other guys' mercy to get the information.
Yeah.
I mean,
2
I
weeks
might
would
get it
be-
quickly, I might not.
2 weeks, right?
2 weeks would be fine.
All right, 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
It is hard to pull, it's like pulling teeth out of contractors right now to get stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Pulling teeth, that's a.
Oh, you know that one.
comment. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So that, all right, so that's the motion. Is it seconded? I'll second it.
I call for a division of the house. I call for a roll call vote.
Okay.
What?
Roll call vote,
Individually.
individually.
All right. Ray?
Yes.
Mitch?
Yeah.
Michelle?
No.
Yes.
What's your name? Sam?
Sam? No.
Terry? No.
Okay, passes 3-2.
Madam Chairman, could I ask your indulgence of Mr. Case and Ms. Castillo have been, you prefer Ms. or Ms.? I've known you all these years. Ms., I know, I've known you all these years, Francesca. I can call your mom, and your dad too, but anyway, Kathleen. But if we could take a 15-minute recess and to, Mr. Case has some other obligations and Francesca has some other obligations also.
Sorry, I can't.
No, there's no need to apologize for what's happened. So if we could take it so that we can get the documents signed, they're all ready to be signed, and we can go in the back table and execute everything.
So if we could have a 15-minute recess to take care of that.
Yes, my assistant is back there hiding in the couch in the back to help notarize. Thank you.
And we'll meet again at 4:00.
Thank you.
I think it might be wrong, but Tony didn't want that agreement executed by the board.
What's that?
Tony doesn't want that agreement executed by the board. After we think about it.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I think they just accept it.
Well, I raised my voice.
You're talking about the.
I get a Gis Report, Joe. Correct. Correct.
But until that motion was part of it. That was part of it.
We may want to review again, Tony. I think what he doesn't want to do is commit to that use agreement. So we know that
They're all contingent upon each other.
Yeah, they're all contingent on it. We bill sales.
Oh, sure.
David?
All right, you need my stamp?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll probably need
I can
somebody else.
I can send me
Whatever,
I can
whatever it's gonna be, without the big word draft.
we can
I
send
can
it, but
figure out how to
don't,
get it out.
we can send that agreement, but the only thing we would probably, I think we're gonna wind up doing is like, vote not executed. The board will not accept it, executed until after we get the entire process.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can fill it out and give it to you, you don't have to accept it, but it'll
Right.
it'll be done.
Because what we'll need to do eventually is get a bill of sale also from everybody who's supplying anything on it.
It's me. Yes. How are you guys?
No, I have this terrible problem with apples sometimes. They give me angioedema. My lips all swell up. It doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes it does. Yep. One time I had these red delicious, and I ate one, and my lips all swelled up, and I said, well, obviously I didn't wash it correctly. So I went back and I washed it the next day, lips swelled up the next day. So then after that, I took off the skin, and my lips still swelled up. So I avoid eating apples. We're not done with this. We have to discuss the other easement violation.
Why not? But it's good to break between, I think.
This is secure.
She's fine. She just wants together with us, you guys. I give her the option. Yeah, just see how things are going. Yeah. We can always get on that. Yeah, yeah, I know, yeah. I'm right next to you. Yeah, for sure, yeah. Oh, you too. Oh, you too. Oh, okay.
This is determination.
A little high. A little high.
Yeah.
It's teeth.
She's got apple, everything.
Oh, yeah.
She didn't read for everybody else.
Well, she offered me one. I said that my lips go swollen up when I eat certain apples. And I beat them. No, that was brutal. No. And see, and the interesting part about the what I'm saying with teeth is so if you read the thing on there about going to be a dentist. Yeah, and that was aimed at me. And so he's sit right here and look at and what did he say? You know something? I took that pretty good seriously myself after 27 years in the United States. Last week, they told me the same thing. Don't chill up. Yes. Yes. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I do, yeah.
So you can trails they go right on the edge of the trail. So it's also close to the. Yeah. So the person's like this. Here's the easement. So it's all that comes forward. And there's a. So.
Oh, for the paint.
That's exactly what I think. This is determination of existing utilities in here. Slide. Yeah. Every meeting is a Sunday. This is a 40 years enough.
It's been 4 or 5 years every time. It's a
Yeah, you signed, it's a business and after a while, so back in the day, back in my we just got out and signed the Exactly. I've got a number here. You're receiving there. We'll get there. We'll get to you again. And this would be four. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I see this side here. So, you know, I got history. I've developed, stuff that I can this building material. You just put up build it all up. It is a nice bit of and that Yeah, my son just started out. He's got it's amazing. It's big. The end user.
And then I did get yeah. It was right on the thing. It was not expired. And I was like, but then my God, you're looking for
Board member anymore?
Can't talk to you.
Don't talk to me. Be quiet.
Oh, it has to be.
This is a,
Yes. These are the days that I figured this out. Again? Yeah.
but I know nothing. I'm stupid. Yeah. Yeah, it's just the nature of it.
That one right there.
That's correct. It's hard to hold it.
I think they were.
I understand what you're saying, My favorite document now is access question. Most of them are fine.
Yeah. The what?
This just takes care of one sway. That doesn't
Oh, with
take care
him.
of the other
Oh,
sway.
with him.
No matter what, it's still 5:15.
Yeah. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah. Somebody wanted to know what was the over/under on 5:15 as far as the.
I wasn't telling. It's taking longer than 15 minutes to sign, that's.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe she's ready to take a week.
That signed my life away. Michelle, you want to see if anybody's outside?
No. Joyce is.
Ray, we're done and getting back into session.
Cal,
Yeah,
hey Cal,
yeah.
I have a question. I've got to apologize. I had to drive an hour to get to a kitchen that's got an internet, and it was a little bit noisy with that vote. Were we voting just to let him take 2 weeks to get the quote done? Is that why we were voting?
Approved it.
Yeah, he
What
said
did
he had
we-
trouble hearing it.
Okay,
Yeah.
the motion was to proceed with the, their
50-50
plan,
split.
but it has to be with, you guys are gonna pay half the cost.
Yeah.
And it's, going to be contingent upon having a easement use agreement in place.
Yeah,
And, that they get the information to David, so that he can approve it.
Including the
Okay.
tractor's license.
And the contractor's license.
okay, but they did come up with the contractor within the time allotted, right?
Right.
It appears like,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, okay.
Don't know if he's licensed.
Well, that would have to be the way it is. Yeah,
Yeah, there's contingent upon that.
okay.
All right. Okay, are we back in session?
I think we're back in session.
Let's go to.
All right, thank you, board, very much for the indulgence on that. Took a little longer.
That's right, you're buying lunch
Oh, you are? Oh, nice.
and drinks.
Huh?
Who's doing that?
No. I will bring pizza next time.
All right, there we go.
I'll bring bagels and cream cheese or.
Right, do they have to?
You just
Okay,
gotta bring up
so
the,
are we back online?
We are online.
Ray, did you get your answer?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so the meeting is continued. I think everyone's here, hopefully. Okay, so we were at financials, right?
No, we were at field manager's report.
we're still on BI1, I should say.
Oh, yeah, BI, 2.
No, 1, we haven't discussed the second SWIP
Oh.
violation.
Okay,
Oh, yeah, that's right.
the one in the rear yard.
Big.
Yeah,
Okay, I thought that, they were going to put together a easement use agreement and bring it back to the board.
We asked them to go ahead and prepare a formal request along with a plan of what they currently have or what to propose to have back there, and have that submitted to me, that I can then review it and then make a determination to bring before the board. If we
they're
want to do it.
putting a dock in right now. Does that impact that?
They got a separate use agreement for the dock at this point,
Yeah.
along with the access, but it's not where the pipe itself is installed this time.
I thought they moved the dock.
He said he moved it slightly. I don't know what
Oh,
slightly means. I haven't been back
He
there.
moved it.
Well,
George, did you move it down a little
Still
bit?
where the original plan was. The dock is what was submitted to you. The dock itself is not approved. Where the ramp access may have been moved a few feet because of level, that's about it.
That shouldn't be an issue at the dock at this point, but, yeah.
The walkway. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, the walkway's been approved, to the dock,
The crossover.
The cross, not this,
not the extra pipe.
not the pipe and the.
Yeah,
and
because the pipes
and
there,
the
there's no
filling in.
crossover.
That has not been approved. Matter of fact, that we have already submitted a code violation, if I'm not mistaken, on the.
Does that impact where your
Dock is?
dock is?
No, that's nothing
No.
to do with it. It's about 10 feet away.
But I'm just gonna, they can submit all they want. I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm against it, period.
Thanks, Ed.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So is that,
That's just a statement.
That's just a
Okay,
statement.
right.
Yeah.
Do you guys want to do anything on it or wait until he submits a
I
easement
think-
use agreement?
Well, let's see the agreement and.
But to me, it won't make any difference whether they submit a use agreement or not. It's a second violation of our easements. It's a violation of our easement after the first violation where and that was back in April.
Yeah.
And he violated a second time without coming to us and asking for permission. So he can submit a use agreement as far as I'm concerned, but I'm still going to vote against it because he's violated us twice.
I agree. I agree.
I have in another email suggested to him, instead of the pipe, using some kind of alternate design back there. But again, we'll just have to wait and see what he does submit.
But the problem is, they already went and did it. It's another halt bang who goes there. And we're upset because of the first one. So they went and did another one. Is that correct?
That's
Yes,
correct.
yes.
That is
That's out of the question. That's ridiculous.
It was a safety issue for my grandkid. I just put something there temporarily and I was gonna come to you guys and say, how can we fix this so that this isn't a problem? That's what I was trying to do, was to take away a safety issue of somebody tripping when they walked out my back door. That's all. You guys want me to take it off? I mean, I'll take it off, but whatever.
No,
I guess the consideration is, should anybody go further spending money or stop now?
it's money as far as who?
Well, what about,
Well, it'd be Mr. Mess.
yeah,
And
Well-
then the money for engineering and legal review.
because even if we said no right now, he still has the right to apply.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, he still needs how you want it to be, or we
Right.
want it to be. So he said he'd pull it out and make
Yeah,
it the
so-
way we want it to
what do
be.
we- how
So
do
what's
we
the
want it to
problem?
be? What do we
I don't
want?
see a problem
What
with
would
that.
work?
I
What
think
works?
what would work would be what his original plan was, which is a walk, it was a walkover.
Well,
That's
no,
already
no, that's for the dock.
You still have to do a walkover for the dock.
What's happening right now, again, is the building that has been sited too close to the easement that does not allow a proper return to grade. It's probably like a 1-to-1 type return slope at this point. So a pipe's been installed there to keep the erosion down, potentially for some safety issues. Possible solution would be to go ahead and construct a retaining wall there and then put whatever necessary safeguards on the retaining wall to keep a fall hazard down.
So this is not to replace the walkover. There's going to be a walkover also.
At the
Yes.
dock.
Yes,
At the dock.
The dock,
Yeah,
it's
but
about
the
10
dock
feet
is
away.
right there. George, how's,
He said it's 10 feet away.
Yeah, or even more.
I'm guessing
more.
right now, it's about 15 feet away.
It may be for,
The
yeah.
dock is more between it's more towards the back of the house, facing
where the pipe is now, facing, you're standing there facing the canal, you're sitting looking at the pipe. The dock, the walkover for the dock is going to be to the right 15 feet, is that what you're saying?
If this is my property, the dock is going to be over here. Here's the easement that we're talking about, the drainage easement.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're coming around the back, and the boat dock is here. The pipe area that we're talking about is here.
Okay.
This actually, I guess where the boat dock is, actually ends at that third floor garage. That's where that goes. The pipe that came into place here was in the back area where just that one tip is where the exit door is for the pool area. And they had put in some cinder blocks and everything like that, and they put in the grass, but because of the pitch, the grass could never hold. So every time we got rain, it would get eroded more and more to the point where it became extremely unsafe. So I was concerned that something might occur, so I put it in. But, you know.
So your pipe is like behind the third garage, but your walkway, is it behind the living quarters? The walkway to the dock?
Sorry.
The pipe in the ground right now, you said would be equivalent to behind your third garage door,
No.
back in that area?
No, but I said the third garage wall is where the walkway is.
Okay.
Let me maybe help a little
Oh, you
bit.
got it?
This is the spot survey that was completed on it. Where we have the pinch point is more in this area here, where you saw the pipe. The dock, I believe, is more gonna be over in this area.
No, the dock is right there, next, on the other side of the pitch.
Yeah.
The dock is directly across from
Okay,
that wall.
here's
That's correct.
Here's where the dock is gonna be. Where we're talking about is right here, this point. The dock is over here, it's coming out of here, right here. That's where the dock is gonna be. That particular point, when I put up this dotted line is gonna be like our pool cage.
Yeah.
And the door coming out of the pool cage is going right there. So that's the problem.
What you
I
really.
mean, I could walk out the other side, walk all the way around, yeah. But
I've got some pictures that I can send around to the board after the meeting when I get
Yeah,
back.
so we're sure we understand it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Tony, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
It seems like the problems we have with both of these easement violations were caused by the builder, the contractor. The original contractor should have seen both of these places were going to be a problem. And that should have been addressed before they came here to us, where the problem is already there and a solution has already been found. My question is, do we have any legal recourse against, my understanding on Mr. Mess's house, there is actually two builders. They started under We Builders, and then it was Derby Homes. And that Mr. Levy was a field supervisor. Is that correct, Joe, for what you do? You're not a contractor, correct? But you're not a contractor and you're not a general contractor. Okay. So my question is there any legal recourse against the two contractors that put this house where it is and caused us all this problem? Because this has cost the community, I know it's $12,000, $13,000 in engineering fees for that gentleman right there, but we haven't included your legal fees for this also. And so my question is, for the community, can we find somebody to get this money back? Because I don't think we need to be paying for something that's not our problem.
We could make a claim, or first of all, demand on the contractors that they engage in the activities where they interfered with the district's easement in the first instance. And then the other question is whether or not it might be viable to file a complaint with the contractor's licensing board to see if they would take any action at all for engaging in activity, engaging in work, unauthorized work in an easement area without permission, easement holder, contrary to existing authorization.
Tony, I don't think anyone, I can't hear you. And I'm sure the people online can't hear you.
Is that a speaker?
Yeah.
Oh, well, the board has, in my opinion, the ability to make demands upon the contractors. They actually perform the work for interfering with the district's easement, as well as the district has the opportunity, if they wish to file a complaint with the contractor's licensing board in Cuyahoga County as to the contractors that engaged in the work.
So the answer is yes, we can.
You have opportunities. Whether or not, the if you, litigation, and there's never any guarantee in litigation.
That's
And then,
correct, I understand.
and then if you ever, even if you win and prevail and get money damages or money judgment, there's always collecting is interesting. So that's one aspect of it. And whether or not you'd be able to recover your attorney's fees is questionable under Florida law. You are allowed to recover attorney's fees either if it's provided for by statute or by contract. And again, the other opportunity might be to contact the contractor's licensing board, have preliminary discussions, and say, we may want to file a complaint against them, with them.
I'm in favor of that, contacting the contractor's licensing board, and let's begin those discussions, because as far as I'm concerned, this community should not be paying for these violations. These violations should have been taken care of long before we got to this point.
I agree, and I don't think this is going to be the only one. I agree.
Excuse me, since we're still talking on point 8.
Your name again?
Yes.
John Westerman, one of my problems with the board has also been the expenditures that you've been making. And I'm seeing an expenditure here again. These things were approved by the county. They have to be, before you can build them. Are you just throwing money out the door again? Right out the window, whatever? I would give real serious consideration to what you're doing here. That's why you see me on next door, saying what I say. Give it serious consideration before you go and say, hey, we need legal, hey, we need engineering. If the county approved it, where the hell are you coming from? It doesn't equate.
I'm sorry. Finish up. The county does not take into account CID easements or permitting. We have found that out over the years. In this case in point, both of these were permitted, but both of them had violations for easement violations, but it was still permitted by the county. But the county is not responsible for the easement. This board is.
So why don't you sue the county?
Because we're not the ones.
Okay, real simple as to that question. The county has sovereign immunity.
Exactly.
We're not going to, number one. Number two, I don't know if the county realized the full extent of what was going on, that the district didn't authorize this work. So I think that's a red herring, quite frankly.
I think that a different scenario was put before the county than what actually occurred.
So we're gonna legally go into all that crap. No, we can't spend any more money on that, and no guarantee, he just told you, there's no guarantee you're gonna get paid. No guarantee of anything. And they recover what? You're talking about
25,000.
Okay, and then how much more legal expenses is it gonna cost us?
Right,
How
right.
long is it gonna go on? I mean, no.
Contractor's licensing will not require much in the way of expenses, but litigation would. That's correct.
But we can start with a contractor, like, ask, and then go from there.
I put that in form of a motion.
Okay. That is a motion to rephrase that.
I think the appropriate motion would be to contact contractor's licensing with the possibility of filing a complaint with the contractor's licensing authorities in Cuyahoga County, and then bring it back to the board at the next board meeting for a final recommendation. Be my suggestion.
I'll second.
I accept that as much. So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
No. Stupid.
Okay, where are we at here?
159 Windward.
Mosquito spray update.
No, 159.
Engineer to B2. We haven't talked about
159 Waywood K.
That's still
What did we
engineer.
do?
Oh,
It's an engineer.
just
or
an
is it photo?
Robert actually addressed
Yeah, he
that in
addressed
his
it, yeah.
report, and we're just gonna give it a little more time, like you suggested,
See if it
and see if it
settles.
does settle, and we'll go from there.
All right.
One, something that's not on your report, when you get a chance, would you take a look at 144 Wilderness? It looks to me like they already have taken out our sidewalk and put in pavers, and they need to sign the use agreement, I think that Tony,
Yeah, made up.
I noticed that this morning, that they put pavers in.
Yeah.
pavers are in.
Our first driveway was in as of before I got there, and the second was underway.
Right.
So we
But
need
that,
that
they just
agreement
need to
signed.
sign that agreement so that we're not legally responsible for anybody that trips and falls and all the other stuff that we need.
Anything else there? Field manager, I know it's late. Do you want me to just take what you've got? There's 2 follow-up items, aerator installation that we expect to permit next week. Just the electrician can't get it. The painting on Newport Drive with the monument, that's been completed. Chris said he found some leftover paint and stored it, you know, if it's needed somewhere. On the, you know, anything that's in his report that we can handle as far as a minor maintenance item, we're just gonna take care of it, coordinate with the chair.
Like the sidewalk cleaning.
Well, the sidewalk
Or
cleaning
do we
is
need
something I think that you guys need to approve.
Okay.
I would do it after rain, so it's done
After rainy season, so wait till the next meeting.
next week.
Okay, sounds good.
I'll have them get a couple quotes on that.
Yeah, and then
That'd be great.
You know, we gotta contact the county as far as the graffiti on the bridge.
I was wondering about that.
Well, you don't miss a thing.
That graffiti on the bridge.
Well, you're not gonna
Takes
see
care
it
of that.
unless you're, unless you're in
Coming from the park,
yeah.
that way, but it really should be taken
It's a
care of.
state bridge, so.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out whether it was
Well,
county maintenance there,
whomever,
but,
state, county.
yeah, I could send an email in, see if we can get some action on that to the bridge maintenance folks.
And I'm not sure if the bridge would fall under your maintenance agreement with, as far as, you know, maintaining the median, but does that include the bridge? I mean, you're not gonna replace the
Not
bridge,
really.
but the painting you might.
Let me try first with FDOT and the county to see if somebody steps up and we'll take care of that.
Okay.
Because, once you get tagged, you tend to get tagged more.
Right.
So the bridge
I'll
painting.
follow up.
Okay. Is there anything else on the report?
Do we want to, as far as not putting back the fire bush, do we need a vote on that? To not have the contractor, Mr.
Grass back.
Yeah,
We talked
and Mr. Soto put back the fire bush in the median strip,
Oh, yeah.
just put
Put
grass
grass.
there instead. Do you think we need a motion on that, or?
If everyone's comfortable with, no fire bush,
Grass only.
grass only, okay? No objections to that? Okay.
Okay, so now we're on, field manager report, financial.
Oh, that's what we just covered.
District
Oh.
manager, number 10.
See all these marks here?
10A.
District manager.
10A.
Okay, you've got a copy of the financials. You guys are in good shape. You did receive the loan proceeds this month. They'll be reflected in next month's financials. The 100,000 from Casey or Lindsay Case is identified in here. That would be other financing sources. And other than that, I can answer questions.
Okay,
Okay.
yep, I got a question.
Yeah.
Now this is just rough and tough numbers, okay? I
Okay.
extrapolated out for the end of September. I used the same numbers added to the budget, okay? And I just did expenses, no carryovers, no revenue other than ERCs. Following me? No water revenue, no.
Okay.
Okay. Right now, our costs, administrative costs, administration, O&M costs, landscaping, irrigation, roadway, and mosquito, water and sewer administration, water sewer combined services. So far this year, we've spent 1.286, 1,286,000.
For the general fund?
Both funds, everything.
Oh,
Okay, no, I know, I'm just going there.
Surprised me, yeah.
Okay, well.
I mean, what was budgeted?
But then
What was budgeted?
I don't know, you tell me. It's over, the only thing that's under budget is roadway and mosquito and landscape and irrigation. Everything else is over budget by a lot. Okay, so what this works down to is the ERCs that we collected this year was 1,038,000. And counting, if you include the 12,000 we had to pay for the bank fee, that leaves us with a negative $260,000. This is going to be the end of September. We haven't gotten all the bills from the engineer and the lawyer yet that are going to post, right? For this.
Not for September, no.
Well, right. So I added them in.
Okay.
I made my own ending using August numbers, assuming they're going to be similar. But my point is this model that we're using here is broken. This is not acceptable.
I guess I'm.
Now, Terry does the numbers. I mean, she can go over, but like I said, I left out all revenue and I left out all carryover. You put ERCs.
You need to look at both funds separately.
No, I don't.
Oh, but, okay.
No, I don't. I'm doing a total budget.
But they cover, water sewer covers water sewer. General covers most of the area you're speaking.
We didn't cover anything.
Well,
that's what I'm telling you. If we're $260,000 in the hole overall.
Okay, if we can go fund by fund, which one, I mean, we know, everybody knows, it's
Wait,
well
let
documented.
me just, because I work my spreadsheet, I worked this up through 11 months this year, actual numbers, not including September. And we have almost $50,000 gain in the general fund, and we have $633,000.
I told you I didn't use any other revenue other than ERCs.
All right, but you have other revenue that you're using.
There's but see, you guys
Well, in the
keep
one
shifting
account,
the
you
money.
have 300,000 more than ERCs.
What's that?
In the one account, which is water sewer.
Yeah, your water revenue.
Special assessments was $1,050,000. All right, but total revenue was $1,004,000.
Yeah, because of the water.
So that's a difference,
charges.
350,000 in revenue. You have to include that.
But by the time you're done, you add that 350 to 260, you're only at $90,000 for CIP. I haven't included any CIP.
Well, you did 12 months. I did 11.
I didn't do any CIP charges either. I didn't do anything that we did. I didn't include that charge for the road. All I'm doing is administration charges. I didn't do anything concrete, okay, that we actually got done.
I'd have to see how you came up with those numbers, because I don't agree with that.
The assessments, the ERC, ERUs.
Yeah.
In the business account, your enterprise fund is not supposed to just generate that. That's supposed to be, that's the water, sewer, irrigation. That revenue also supports all of those operations. If you look at the general fund with the ERU, with the exception, and it's been well discussed, engineering and legal expenses, you've had some projects that you didn't have in there that was approved, but you're really not over.
What projects got done?
Huh?
What projects got done?
The landscaping projects? I mean.
I'm telling you, this is not working.
Okay.
I'm just bringing it up. I'm just bringing it up.
Is it not working because you don't understand this?
No, it's not.
I can sit down and explain it to you.
It's not working because we budgeted $24,000 for engineering, and we're going to be over $100,000.
But that's
It's not working because we budgeted $24,000 for legal, and we're going to be over $100,000.
But that's because.
So where's the money coming from? Which fund are you taking it from? Are you taking it from?
Coming from your fund
It
balance.
depends on what you're using it for.
I'm telling you,
Like if
this
you're
isn't
doing-
working. This is not working. We're going to have to address this.
You can't just take numbers and skew them and pick little pieces of the
I
pie.
didn't skew them. I told you what I said. I
You
told
said
you.
you only considered the ERCs.
Right,
You didn't
exactly.
consider water sewer revenue you get in from everybody paying their water sewer.
Right, should be going
That's
to the
part
sewer.
of your
That should be going to the
expenses.
sewer fund that's over budget at $614,000. Not over 614,000, but that's what it is. Water sewer combined services, $614,000.
I don't know where you're coming up with that, because 11 months, I have a $630,000 profit in water sewer. So I think someone has to sit with you and work with these numbers.
I have water and sewer fund administration costs,
That
208.
means just looking at the admin.
I have water sewer combined service costs, 614.
You gotta stop combining. You're combining two funds.
No, that's the water and sewer fund.
I'm looking at the expenses on administrative, water sewer
Right,
is 142,000 administrative.
okay, and then add another whatever to the next month. See, I'm a month
Add
ahead.
another, wait, September, we have budgeted to spend an additional 11,007.
Well, you can look at your trend report for that too.
Yeah, budgeted, but you spent in engineering in the month, you spent 16, another 4, so you spent $20,000.
One line doesn't make the whole budget, because if
You
you
know it's
over,
coming.
you do in the operating, the total administrative is your total budget. And that's the budget you don't want to go over. So what about the
This-
ones
all this
where we
personal
underspent? You're not considering them at all. And that's where the money came from to pay the additional legal.
I told you what we underspent, then land and irrigation and roadway and mosquito is under budget, and not a lot. You take year-to-date actual, 183,000, and then you add roughly the same, that amount to the next month, you're over 200,000, that's administration costs. And then you have water sewer combined services.
If you look at your trend report
Yeah.
for water sewer fund,
And that's
what's forecasted, you're gonna have
$566,000.
you're
And then
gonna
and then
have
you add
a
another
profit
40 to that, it's over 600.
$478,000.
What's that?
You're going to, if you look at the forecast on the trend report, if the revenue is projected at 1.4 million, your expenses are 911,000, taking in 12 months of expenses, typical. Now, your September budget is 115,000 for water sewer.
Yeah.
You guys aren't in bad shape. I don't know what you're
We aren't.
trying to.
Yeah. You can't say
project.
one line item we overspent on it's like if your utility went up, what you had to pay out on utilities, because that went high, does that mean you're gonna be broke at the end of the year?
Yeah.
No, because something else is low. It's the total. You
I'm
can't
telling
see.
you, these are just expenses. I told you, I only did ERCs.
But you're comparing apples and oranges.
No,
You're
the
only-
ERCs
You're only
is our biggest
comparing
chunk.
one kind of revenue when you have more
No.
than one kind of revenue.
No,
And yet you're looking at the total expenses.
well, we got some other people that are looking. I'll have,
That's fine.
invite
That's
some other
fine.
people to look at the numbers and see if I'm way off here.
Yeah,
I know you were gonna fight this, but
I'm not fighting you. I'm
Yeah.
explaining how you
And you
read
have an
this.
audit every year.
I'm not
We-
saying, I'm not
we-
saying that the numbers aren't, right.
It's Mr. McNamee, he just.
No, it's not.
Well, he just said he wants on there, he's got some type of financial revelation.
Well, I wanted to go over that, and I wanted to go over, this was just a gut check on this. I wanted to see where we were. Okay? That's why I did the expense, because I saw the $300,000 to $400,000 in revenue from water and irrigation. That's why I asked her, how come we were down over versus budget?
And Mr. McNamee is asked to be on the agenda. I think that's totally unfair for somebody not
That
to ask
we're not
questions
prepared.
that we can't research, and then all of a sudden come in and then, he could say I'm a member of QAnon or something. I don't know what he's gonna say. Tell us, you have an
This had
annual
nothing to
audit.
do with
Nothing
McNamee.
is-
This had nothing to do with him.
But it's the same example. You're spitting out numbers that I've worked hard on and I do not see where those numbers are any part of this, because I have no
What's
privy
carryover?
to
What
what you're
was the
looking at.
carryover from last year then? Because the only other source of revenue really from us is water and irrigation, right?
For this year, you
Yeah.
don't do carryover.
There's no carryover at all?
Well, there is.
Well, that's your,
it's
that's
not
your profit or
called-
loss.
called carryover,
Yeah.
it's your fund balance.
It's your equity.
So what was
Up
it?
and down.
Equity's
It's
on the
the
balance
general
sheet.
fund was, you had projected reducing it, but, you know, you got 100,000 from Lindsay, so.
Yeah, see, I'm not taking that
Right
into
now,
effect.
your fund balance is $858,000 in the general fund. In the water sewer fund, it's hard to tell because you've got your fixed assets.
I get that. How much came from last year? That's what I'm asking.
It accumulates every year. It gets added on.
The budget ends in September. What was last year?
It's
Can't you
in the
ask that
total.
question so I can have the answers and not?
Yeah.
Well, I just figured it would, because I couldn't find it.
It was in your budget. Let me call it up right
Your profit or loss this year will move over into your fund balance. So it's accumulative.
We've got a lot of money coming in right now. That's why I'm looking at this now, because of what's coming in the next, when all this Lindsay case money comes in. I want to say that we started at zero this year. That's what I'm trying to show you, that if we started at zero with no balance.
But
you don't do it that way.
I know the way the books are done. I understand that, but I'm telling you, if you start at zero, this year, we overspent. Tremendously
No,
overspent.
no. The way you're looking at it with just the ERCs, that's not your total revenue.
Even if I
So you can
add,
turn
even
around
if
and
I
say,
add in the
part of my
water,
revenue, all my expenses, I overspent. Yes, I'd have to say yes, but give me all my revenue. Be fair
put the
about it.
water, all right, put the water and sewer in there, and you're adding in another 300 and some odd thousand.
Right.
But we were already 260 in the hole. So that gives us, say it gives us $90,000 for improvements.
We're 260 in the hole from the numbers you're looking
From
at. I don't
zero.
know what numbers you're looking at, because I have the numbers here, they came off the same reports you're looking at. And I don't agree with you. On water sewer, we have a gain of over 600,000 for 11 months.
How could that be? How could that be?
I can't give you an accounting for us here.
How could we go up 600,000 when we only make 3?
What do you mean we only make 3? You're looking at revenue.
Why-
Revenue is not your gain.
Okay.
Revenue less
The
expenses.
Cash turned over from last year to this year, from 21 to 22 is 171,000 in the general fund, or the water sewer fund, and it's almost 900,000 in the general fund. So you carried over from last year to this year, the current year, about $1 million.
Yeah.
Okay. We carried over, but I'm not talking about carrying over, because we gotta start spending money for capital improvements.
I agree.
And you use your carryover.
And we use the
Okay,
million we
so pretty soon we'll know what our carryover is to next year, right? Is that
Yes.
gonna include
Sure,
Lindsay
It's
cases?
right on the report you're
Is it
looking
gonna
at.
include Larry, is it gonna include cases money? Because you said you have carryover right now of what, 600?
Yeah.
So from last year to this year, we're down 400 in carryover. And we haven't spent any money except on Stellmaris North.
Wait a minute.
Well, you don't
GIS.
budget to get
What about
carryover
GIS?
every year. You
The
budget.
$1 million
Wow, that's the way I budget.
The $1 million carryover is from all the years previous.
Yeah.
Till now. It's
Profits
not
and
just
losses.
last year. In other words, we didn't make $1 million last
I'm
year.
not saying we did.
No, but that's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying we're overspending tremendously this year. That's what I'm saying.
We're not. You're
Because if
looking
we had
at
$1
line
million,
items.
you
We're
said
not.
we had, so combined, there was over $1 million. Yeah, all you gotta do is look at that carryover versus this carryover, and you're gonna know how we did.
But you're
And for
not
what we
looking
got.
at this.
Because what did we spend money on? We spent money on a road,
GIS report.
GIS, yeah.
We spent money on Russ.
Wire.
New home
yeah,
construction.
New home construction.
But we have to
Sunset
spend
drain.
that kind of money out, but we didn't do any
No,
CIP
no.
except the road.
The Russ thing was not, don't
You guys are
Okay.
spending a lot of money,
You
every
did rules and
month.
procedures
Mitch would
this
come
year?
here and
Rules and
say,
procedures.
this
Stella
is
Morris
bad,
North?
that's bad, and you
But-
made all types of
Yeah.
repairs.
And we spent money on the Collier County utility takeover. I mean, how do you budget for all that? It's what the community wants. The community comes to
Oh, I
us.
don't know if the community
I-
wanted all what we did. You know,
You
that's-
see,
we
if I'm
We're
asked
doing
in
things in more
advance,
detail
I
than
can
that.
give you a list of every
No.
expenditure over $5,000.
You don't have to do that. That's not what I'm
But,
asking for.
no.
You don't have to do that. All I'm asking for is what the carryover number is on both funds
I just gave it to you.
it's gonna end in this month. So you'll be able to show me
Okay.
what it is next
I
meeting.
might have that.
You have that.
You can't have it yet. You don't have
report
the,
right here.
you don't have the September expenditures yet.
Well, but you've got the budget. If you play off.
You
of
use the budget total for your expenditures.
I want the actuals.
Well, it
You've got
didn't
11
happen
months
yet.
worth of
I
action.
know.
That's what he's saying.
That's what I'm saying.
But I gave you actual for 11 months and
You
it's
gave me
nowhere.
actual with carryover.
No, I didn't. I gave you actual from the budget.
I told you we can't have $600,000 because we didn't make that kind of money.
I can't compete with your numbers when I don't know where you're going.
All I need to know is, you said the total, what was the total carryover between the two funds? One was 190,000.
It's about $1 billion almost. One was 174,000, the other one was 900,000.
And you're not using
Okay.
carryover
So-
in your budget
Right,
this
that's
year.
right.
1,074,000.
No,
Okay.
It's 100 and, let's see, actual of 21. 171,207. General fund is 810,436.
You said the first one was 171 something? That doesn't matter, change. Okay.
No, we'll get it back. 171,207. And the other one, the carryover from 21. These are right out of your audit.
Okay, that's fine.
810,436.
Okay, 981 carryover.
Can
And then I can see the exact total for the carryover for the next one. And then you can break down what we spend on that.
You won't get an exact until the auditors do the audit.
Yeah. That's
It'll
the
be
purpose
close.
of it.
It'll be close enough.
So
It'll be
what
close
we
enough.
submit to the auditors is, they tell us that we're the most accurate of any of the firms that they.
But
communities
are
they
you,
make.
what we should be looking at, because you keep saying carryover. We're on a modified accrual basis and we take a budget. We start with zero, no carryover. We start with zero. We put all our revenue and we budget all our expenditures and we should be in balance, which is zero. So then you have your actual compared to your budget. Now, at the end of the year, if it shows a loss, you have to do a budget amendment to use part of your carryover to bring it over. But there has not been a carryover. There is none in this budget.
Okay. All I'm waiting for is, I'll just wait for the carryover number next month.
Yeah, and as it stands right now, it's a gain. It's going to increase.
I'm not, yeah, but.
There's no way you're going to, out of the water sewer fund, take out, you're not going to operate at a loss.
Right.
I mean.
None of this case money, is any of the case money in this?
No.
Okay.
The case expenses that we've had with legal and engineering, but there's no case, there's
100,000 loan, right?
No, the $1
$100,000
million loan will
Yeah.
reflect in
You're right.
your year end.
Yeah, cases down.
But the 100,000 for case is in there now.
Right.
You had anticipated a deficit in the general fund
Right.
when you adopted the current budget.
Mhm.
Now, with the 100,000 from case, you'll actually have a profit or a gain of 19,000.
Yeah, because when we looked at it that, we knew we were selling the property. Yeah.
It's this and next month, I'm just gonna say the following words.
What?
It's campaign season.
What's that got to do with anything?
It's campaign season.
Well,
Yeah. But if anybody
That's
has any
exactly why we're
questions
doing
on
that
any of
next
the
month.
budget, I'll be free to answer. Just contact me.
Well, and what I was getting at is that this is supposed to be a business meeting. And for someone to get a spot on the agenda and come up and complain, I mean, that's what audience comments are for. And you can extend it for somebody, tell them we can have 20 minutes, I don't care. But for an agenda item, that to just throw whatever it is that he thinks he's found at us, it's not fair. You can say anything you want and here, and I can't respond.
Well, the only thing we can
because-
say is, I don't have the answer in front of me. I'll get back with you.
Well, but if I knew those
I
questions
know, we
in
have the
advance,
answer.
they could easily be answered. It's okay.
I'm
It probably is.
I'm just thinking, my point in all this is that our administration costs are exceptionally high for a community like this. I mean, I added the expenses up to, so I mean, our expenses are 1.286 million. And that was just expenses. That was not any capital expenditures. I mean, yeah, it might have been the history and what, was that this year?
Yeah, that was this year.
And the other, but it's I mean, it's in the
All right, wait.
GIS.
That 1,260,000, you're looking at this report, correct?
What, I don't know, that's not what I was using. I was just using straight numbers off the budget.
Well, that's what it is. It's a budget number. The actual number was only 796.
For both funds.
No, for the one. The
No, I'm looking at
1,200,000
both.
was the one fund.
I'm looking at, no, it wasn't.
You have to either look at budget or look at actual.
I was
But you
looking at
can't use
actual.
budget and then throw in actual and
I was
compare
looking at
those
actual.
numbers. Well, I just see the number as budget.
But I'm looking at both funds, the administrative costs of both funds. I'm just telling you, we haven't spent nearly this much money in the past.
I think
And I know there's a lot of issues.
Yes, we have, because this budget was very similar to the prior year. Because we didn't increase things.
You know,
We didn't. We
a lot of the
decreased some,
discussion has
yeah.
been on the two big items, which is
Mm-hmm.
engineering and legal. And there, we can go down and take a look at all the different things we've had to spend for this year that we could not have known about last year. And I mean, the legal expense alone for going through this on the case of Parcel 13 is ridiculous. The amount of money we spent on the easement violations is ridiculous. The amount of money we've had to spend because we had 13 new buildings put in the community last year is high. All of that stuff we couldn't have known when we budgeted last year, but we have to pay for it. All I want to know is, of all the expenses that we have approved when we go through financials, is there any expense that we didn't ask for and or need? And the answer is no.
You guys have to determine if it's needed or not.
Exactly.
But everything was asked for.
Right, everything, but that's my point. Everything that we've done here, we didn't know. We didn't know. So we do the budget, right? We come around, we do the budget, we put in the same legal and engineering expenses until I say it's not enough. Then you
Keep
double
going
it.
back to two
Then-
lines
then
in
you
that
dou-
budget.
then you-
That's not fair.
Then you double
That's
it,
not fair.
Okay,
right?
okay,
And that's still not reasonable.
okay. So
But-
what's your
so-
point? I don't understand.
What I'm getting at here is, I think in the long run, all our expenses, all our legal expenses, all our engineering expenses, which are big and getting bigger, and it just gets worse and worse, and it's all because of our building code.
Whose building code?
Ours.
We don't
The
have
CID, right? We need to eliminate all our specific things, and we have to go with the Collier County Building Code.
There we
You
are.
for real? Yeah.
There we go. Now we know
Why
where
not?
we're coming from.
Where's it coming from?
We're coming from the let's disband the CID.
I'm not saying disband the CID.
Yeah, let Collier County take over.
No,
All right.
no, I said follow their guidelines.
follow their policy.
Well,
That's where
their policies are there. The only thing that we have here are easements. We're not responsible for permitting on
Yeah,
anything.
go to
But we're
Golden Gate
95%
Estates.
built out.
Yeah, but go
We're
to Golden Gate
95%
Estates
built
and
out.
see the flooding out there. That's Cuyahoga County. You
Where?
see that flooding out here like that? No, Golden Gate Estates.
Do you know how they changed the Golden Gate Estates, the DEPs on those?
Cuyahoga
They
County?
raised it, yeah, they raised them. That's why you have to get a DEP before you can build out there now because of the flooding problem.
I'm talking about a lot of the communities that have been there for years. I
Exactly,
have
they didn't
family
have
out there.
DEPs. I know, I live in these
No.
states. It doesn't matter, I'm just telling you, this is where all our expenses are coming from.
No, you're wrong.
Okay,
Okay, can we move on, please?
all right.
You gotta
but-
get out of the
But
forest.
I do want to see the carryover and what is included with that next year.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I probably should have looked at this, before, I mean, typically it is what it is. But you have not spent, I mean, this is an unusual year. If
it
you
is.
look at 20, sorry, Dave, to pick on you, but you're looking at, you spent $40,000 for an entire year, between both funds. In 21, you spent almost as much. In 22, you're quite a bit higher. But that's the easement issues.
There's a lot.
We only spent 40,000 on
Parcel
both
13
in
is-
2018.
In 2018, 40,000.
Yeah,
I mean,
40,000.
you haven't typically spent a lot of money on engineering and legal.
Right.
So
All
this
things
was
we
an
had to
odd
do.
year.
Yeah.
Well, but it's gonna be coming next year, if they're gonna be working back there, you're still gonna have a lot of expenses for legal and engineering, it's gonna be.
Not like we have had.
No, not like we had.
Well, you don't-
It's Lindsay Case's, it's not ours.
That's his.
He's
that's
gonna
his
review
building.
everything that Lindsay Case does, you don't think you're gonna get billed for that?
Are we gonna get billed for
The
that?
utility.
There will be,
Does the work, he will.
Yeah.
there'll be a plan review that's required, but I believe your policy also allows you to recoup some of those costs and fees
From them.
from them. Yeah, there's a review fee that will be required. There probably will be some inspection fees and so forth also with that property.
There was a $300,000 survey fee in that budget, what was that?
That was their cost.
Whose cost? It was on our budget.
On this year's budget?
Oh, that was for the drainage issues.
And
That was just a number that we came up with. That was for the
It was
stormwater.
365,000.
Yeah, 360, yeah.
And that was
But that's
not,
it for the survey.
no, but that was not for the survey. That was for the survey and beginning the work on doing the storm and doing what we promised everybody we were gonna do, which was to start doing the storm water. And that's, there's gonna be a survey, but the majority of it's gonna be for actual work on the storm system.
But it didn't say that.
Yeah, you have access to the
Well,
same
we
stuff we
said it
have,
when
Matt,
we-
and it's like, you have to look at it.
It was
That was
discussed at the
always-
meeting.
yeah.
It was discussed at the
Yeah.
meeting what it was for.
Right, it was.
All right, so I'm gonna put a motion out to accept the financials as for audit.
If there's any questions, send them to me. I will
Yeah.
get you the projected year-end.
I couldn't explain what I was doing in an email to you. You know what I mean? And I didn't dump this
I
on
would
you.
appreciate that.
I
I
second.
could then give it to
Yeah.
my staff that would take care of it.
And when you do that, can you copy me so I can confirm it with my
I
numbers,
could,
please?
if you want, I'll copy the whole board as an
Yeah.
FYI.
I second the financial for audit.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Ray?
Aye.
Okay.
Okay, what's the
Jerry
next
moved
one?
and,
Mosquito spray.
Michelle.
seconded.
You're on that.
Mosquito spray.
Oh, no.
The one other thing I had that, I see what you guys think, but like when we were talking, I think it was 159, and David pulled out a map, and I could, now your GIS is gonna be 90% complete by the end of the month.
Right.
If you guys have a screen, I don't wanna haul my screen back and forth every meeting.
No.
So if you guys purchased a screen that we put up, I could then use, if we needed to look at a particular part of the community as a business tool, then I could put it right up on the screen.
I think that's, I was gonna say, that's an excellent idea.
Okay, I could bring, my projector is easy to bring, that's not wise.
Yeah, but where would you store this? The screen?
I'd store it right there.
Is that
Joyce,
okay
is
with
that
them?
a problem?
If we purchase this
I mean, you
screen?
guys could use it, right? I mean, I can't speak for the board, I'm sorry. Huh?
That will be a problem.
That-
We have so much better for storage.
I thought maybe right with the cable.
Here.
Okay, yeah, it's not very big. You've seen the one I use, and that was like,
That's oversized.
that was like $90 or something.
And then
We could get something under
It would also
$100.
be used so that if you wanted to put something up that, so the audience could look at it
Sure.
and see it, you know, what we're talking about,
Yeah,
that would be
That's a good
excellent.
idea.
Excellent idea. I'll move that we spend that money,
I don't
not
think
to
we
exceed
should-
$100.
It's only
not
$90.
to, not to exceed $100.
I second. Wasn't that what you just said?
I made.
Al said we didn't need.
Oh, we don't need it. Yeah, that's what we just
Oh,
authorized.
okay,
It's
no,
under
it's-
certain
oh,
amount.
Tony said, we've got a motion, just for everybody to say
Just
aye.
vote
Okay,
it. Aye.
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Okay, I think that you'll use that program more that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Eagle spray update.
Oh, I put in the Kish termite proposal in there. We received, call it up, I think it was 7 proposals, but you just can't get, nobody wants to do the way that we currently, which is the least expensive for you. Nobody wants to use fogging. They want to use some type of a chemical.
Yeah.
And, you know, the fogging is least invasive of anything else. And it's, you know, it's just, we could keep looking for somebody that would do it, but you've got an investment now. You've got some chemicals sitting down there.
Right.
You've got the sprayer, which is only, I don't know, about 3 years old.
I'd say
Russ?
stay with Kish.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think it's
As
any.
long as we keep the charge, that seems to
Well,
be the issue.
and he had, there's a proposal, it's a pretty good increase, but it's still less than what the other firms,
Right.
This is a stopgap anyway, since if
Hopefully.
If
Yeah.
the state
Takes over.
passes the.
Well, it should. It was 80%, wasn't it? for-
That's
Yeah.
just to
Was it
get
that
it
high?
to the-
Yeah,
to
but
the
that,
floor.
I guess that's,
what's 80%?
It was 80, it was an 80%.
58 is what I think I came up
oh, I thought
with.
it was
Yeah, I
70
think
something.
I thought it was-
The increase that Chad had?
Oh, no, not
No,
not
the
money,
voting.
voting.
The voting
Oh,
on the
oh,
mosquito.
Voting to
yeah.
go with the
It was,
county.
it was like 75% in
Yeah.
favor or whatever of
Yeah.
Still good.
of the spray.
Yeah, that's
So
good.
it's an interim thing, depending upon, again, on the state. If the state turns it down,
Then we have no
Yeah.
recourse.
then we have to continue with what we're doing.
Well, and
Hope it will turn it down.
we could probably put together, find it, and I'm not sure, we found Mosquito Joe, he was, but he didn't want to do the fogging either. So then we started going to Orkin and, you know, all of the traditional large international pest control people. And, but we received 7, some of them, Orchid was $1,500 per, and, you know, that was just a rough estimate. They still needed to come out and look at it and drive the roads and find out how many roads.
Per treatment?
Good deal.
Per treatment, yeah.
So
It,
you wanna,
it was,
wanna,
but they didn't want to use our equipment either, yes.
I'll move that we continue on with Kish Pest Solutions at the price that we were
Current
given.
proposal.
I
Yeah, to
second,
accept this proposal.
I second it.
All in favor?
Aye. Ray?
Aye.
I'm not voting now.
So he's committed.
And I've got a form you gotta fill
Russ
out
abstained.
after, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
So, 4-0 and abstain. Kish. Okay, and I'll give that to you as soon as we adjourn. Okay. I guess we're at, Mr.
Attorney.
Attorney.
Yeah, and two things, if after I report, if I can be excused, I have a 1:30 time certain conference call, and there's two items I thought I brought with me, but in the flurry of all the other fun activities, I left behind my ledger spreadsheet of the McNamee lawsuit legal fees, but I will email them to the board and to Cal.
Okay.
It'll show you payments to date and bills to date on ledger format. And I can't recall the numbers. I think both lawsuits, I think this is McNamee and PrepMac lawsuits. And I think it's over $20,000. I gave a copy to Sam, I think, last time.
Yeah, I think it'd be at least 10. I had some of the bills.
But I will send that out. I apologize for.
12 and 8.
not-
12
Am I ever gonna get a, deposition taken?
Let's not talk about that in a board meeting, Cal.
One thing that I want to ask Tony on the Prepman lawsuit, the fact that we, through our O&M reassessment, have lowered the marina O&M charges, will that affect them at all? As far as the lawsuit.
Effective, I don't want to get into legal strategy or theories
You
or
can't.
approaches. We'll talk separately, Sam.
Okay.
Yeah, please feel free to give me a call.
All right.
We have a number of defenses to the lawsuit. Yeah, give me a call.
Okay. Will do.
Real quick, if I may ask the board to take one other action. We're still working with Luland's attorneys on the new grant of easement and in fact, I'm emailing with him today. His one attorney was out of town until Tuesday, and he's got another attorney who I know real well working on it. If it comes to the point where we need to extend the closing to accomplish that particular easement vacation grant issue, I'd like the board to give authorization to the chair to execute documents as appropriate or necessary. I want to get this transaction done, but if we walk away from here today, I don't have that authorization. If we just need to buy an extra day or two, and it's problematic. So I'd just like to have a motion to authorize the chair in coordination and consultation with the district manager and council to sign any extension documents if necessary.
So moved.
Second.
You don't see that happening, though, do you?
No, I'm not, I'm going to call, in fact, when I leave here, I'm calling one of the attorneys.
Okay.
But I'd like to have that opportunity, because otherwise we have to call a special meeting, and then this just provides an option.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye, yeah.
Yeah, that's just been tearing up the emails and text for the last few minutes.
Can you either send me or tell me what was the motion again?
To authorize the chair, the extensions as appropriate in consultation with district council and district manager for mutually agreeable extensions of closing if necessary.
If we don't get,
If necessary, that's the key.
none of us
One
want to
last
see that
question.
happen.
Our attorney from Stella Maris is emailing you.
Yes, Mr. DeVos.
Yes.
I saw that. I've not gotten with Richard yet, but I will. Thank you. Yeah, that was kind of like, oh, okay. So what I plan on doing is bring that to the board, next board meeting. I talked about the dissolved association and about the plat, the dedication, and about just trying to clean up some issues on the road. And so I'll get with David and Cal and come back with a recommendation at the next board meeting. Thank you for that reminder, Sam.
Okay, so is that it?
May I be excused? Or
One thing real quick.
Yes.
All these, when you went over these other restrictions on parcel 13.
Yes.
Where'd these come from? I mean, heights and all that
The
stuff.
board.
What, suggestions that we gave as
Yeah.
far as no
Yeah.
no
And then they put it
mopeds
together.
in their,
And we got some
garage
from the community.
huh?
No, I think he's talking about like no mopeds and
There's all kinds of stuff in here.
the stuff they put on next door about like no lawn furniture.
Yeah, a lot of those came from the
things
board.
like that. I think those are like.
I didn't-
Aren't they?
I only put one in, and even that isn't in there.
No, these were in the various iterations that the board reviewed in the various
Yeah,
packages, and then the
yeah.
board asked for additions and or deletions as we went along.
But they're gonna have a homeowners association that takes care of what they want in
A
that.
whole lot of restrictions. as a homeowners association.
Not more than this. This is unbelievable.
I don't know, that's what.
They could have
the board
more.
asked for.
So this came from the board.
And,
Okay.
and
All these restrictions.
if the board review.
I didn't want to talk about it when Case was here, that's all.
Yeah, but we had copies of that as time went on.
There were
Well,
about,
this was the last one, that's why I was looking at it.
No, I've seen it before that.
we've had, I think the last couple of board meetings in a row, we've had iterations with redlinings as it evolved.
Because if you remember, I said something about the pickup trucks, that they weren't allowed, and I drive a pickup truck, so I questioned that.
And that got
And the
deleted.
board said, take it off.
I think we went to gross vehicle weight or something, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
But it says they can't have a motorcycle. I mean,
No, it doesn't say they
No,
can't have a
parking.
motorcycle.
boats,
parking?
trailers.
They have to be
recreational
enclosed
vehicles,
storage. They have to be,
Yeah, it has to be in the garage.
You can have them.
That's what people do now.
Shall not be parked overnight or stored in or on parcel 13, in or on. Says you can't have them in.
No, it doesn't say you can't have it
Yes,
in
it
the garage.
does. It says you cannot have it stored in or on parcel 13 unless fully compliant with and not contrary to or in violation of applicable codes, laws, and ordinances. I mean, that says mopeds, boats. People build,
which section is that? Because there are many iterations. That's
G.
August 31st.
It's in there.
And,
yeah, this was the last one. That's,
G.
I know I'm last minute all the time there, but man. Accessory structures shall be limited to maximum building height of 20 feet. I mean, you can get your RV in a 20-foot building?
No, but you can't put an RV shelter in that zone anyway.
Yeah, by way of,
It has to go to permitting.
by way of example, I have a small trailer. I can store it on the side of my house. It's not in the front yard. It doesn't have to be fenced or enclosed, it just has to be on the side of my house or rear. That's what that gets to. If you want to have a motorcycle outside, you put it either inside or a fenced area or on your side or rear yard, outside the front yard. The idea is not to have all this stuff in the front yard.
Right. Well, no, I
I think
understand
it
that.
says something about chairs in there, but they don't mean inside a lanai. You could have it inside a lanai. You know, don't put it out in front in your driveway.
Right, sitting in the,
But that's up to,
In the-
but we're not regulating that. It says the developer regulates that.
Well, who's the declarant?
Homeowners.
We are,
Well, that word's here a lot.
yes. That's how we get the enforcement authority.
Wow, okay.
I'd rather have too many than too few.
Well,
Because
I think
you
that, I
look
think,
at what's going on down in
Well, I think-
our area with the trailers, boats.
well, I think the important part was, that it talks about applicable codes, laws, rules, and regulations, so that as opposed to having to go to code enforcement, you can enforce the covenants and say,
Because
hey,
right now with your boat trailers, you have to go to Cotton County.
correct. And so we would, the district would have the ability to say, land development code says you have to, or the PUD says you have to. So the district would have the ability, as opposed to going to code enforcement, to doing it
As
themselves.
I said before, my HOA is much more restrictive than what's going on in the Great Falls.
Has the project been given a name? I mean, we've got evening star, sunrise days out.
I don't know. I'm sure it has, but it might be something internal. I don't know what name it's traveling under at the county. May I be excused, Madam Chairman? So I can make my phone call?
Oh, yeah, I said yes.
Thank you. No, it's okay. Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Oh, yeah, with all this hanging around, I'm not, that makes it interesting. Thank you. I'd rather have that straightened away, and then I would have had a great weekend. Thank you. Thank you, you too.
Okay, final thing is new business boat storage proposals.
There was several
What's that?
questions on that. That's the new dry dock
Yeah.
storage, and so if you guys want to discuss it, so we put it out there, but it's all handled by the county.
Yeah, because we were talking about,
Right there at the entrance to Newport
Yeah.
Drive.
On the right side.
yeah, we were talking about if we
Not the
could.
fenced area, it's
No, it's the
the
grassy area.
grassy area and the,
Right on
Yeah.
But that's-
the south corner of that.
I looked that up. You put that hyperlink and it's on indefinite
Mike?
Yeah,
It's on hold.
It's on
It's on
hold
hold.
for an indefinite period. So if they bring it back, then I think what we all
Yeah, our
agreed
interest was how does
we
it
need
flow?
to have some kind of input
Yeah.
into that as far as making sure that we protect the entrance to Newport County.
Yeah.
But as I said, what the hyperlink took me to, it said it's on indefinite hold, which means they're either rethinking or readdressing or whatever. So they'd have to bring it back for another hearing if they,
I attended the hearing at, online, and it wasn't matter, it indefinitely continued, and neither Brett Knight's attorney or, anybody else's attorney or anything showed up. County was a little put out with the way it was handled.
Yeah.
It didn't show up.
But they didn't do their job.
not pass.
Right.
Okay, so any other? Next is supervisors' requests and comments. You have any, Ray?
No.
Okay. Russ?
I don't know, I had one here, but the $3 million sale, they always wanted to know what it would cost if we didn't do it. You know what I mean? So I just did some rough numbers, you probably won't like them. But for the 3 million, and I based it on ERCs again, the $3 million sale of property would cost each homeowner a full ERC. Each house would cost $4,000. Okay, and each ERC for the condo would cost $3,200.8. Okay, that's what would have been the cost to cover that $3 million. They'd have to pay an extra $4,000. But if you extrapolate that plus the revenue, $250,000 a year. But anyway, it would roughly be like, say it's over 20 years. You know, you can't just look at it at one shot. You got to look at it long term. So I figured it out. It was roughly $70,000 a home over 20 years and $56,000 per condo over 20 years. That's additional costs.
Well,
if we didn't sell it.
If we didn't sell it.
Additional costs. And what's an example of an additional cost?
The CIP.
No, just the loss of
all the CIP stuff that we have to do.
The loss of what we'd have to make up.
Yeah.
Without that
Plus
money being there.
The assessment revenue
Right.
every year.
Yeah.
Right. You'd have to make it up.
You'd have to make it up.
So it'd be roughly 70,000. That's my figuring. Over 20 years, $70,000 per home.
Mine was take $7 million.
And that's only three.
Yeah.
That's only $3 million.
Well, $7 million is what the CIP said, and that would be over, say, 10 years. There's 700 and some houses. That's 766. That's approximately an extra $1,000 a year per house for 10 years to make up the $7 million. So add $1,000 to your non-net value taxes, and that's what it would have cost us over 10 years. And at the end of 10 years, trust me, we're still not done with maintenance of the water and sewer.
Yeah.
It's going to start all over again because the water and sewer is a hole that we sink money in that it's never going away.
Yeah, we should be doing.
Same thing with roads.
Feeding a
And
reserve
roads.
for future capital improvements. And this was our way of getting the money to start and do these capital improvements. And my biggest concern about any increases, and I've said this several times, I can't see, I noticed with the condos, what they were paying was higher than their real estate taxes. How do you sell a piece of real estate with that? So it looks a lot better when it was a few hundred less. And it was the same thing, if you increase that 1,000, you know, it'll take my tax bill well over 10,000.
And the other thing that I think that you two have both pointed out and should be brought to the community again, which is look at our fire millage rate. It's 4.0. Instead of some of the places in town that are 1.5. That difference alone on Joe, on your $400,000 home,
That makes a difference.
$1,100.
Yeah, the millage rate on the fire department.
It's $1,100.
millage
So if we
rates in
could
each
get them
community
to drop our
different.
millage rate, we could save everybody in this community
I
a
thought
lot
you
of
s-
money.
I thought you said it was a 10-year contract that they just signed a couple of years ago.
It's a interlocal agreement. I think originally it was for 3 years. They really didn't bring our millage rate down, so they extended it.
They brought
And
it
they'll
down
keep
to,
extending
they
it.
brought it down to 3.7 once, and then they went back up to 4.
They supposedly, I think Everglades City pays 0.25 less.
No, I think they're this, Everglades City and Immokalee, they pay the same we do. I think. They all pay
Everglades
4.
City was 3.75 before we were.
Oh, well, but that, yeah.
But we're back up to 4.
Yeah, I think they're back up too.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So you can't expect Collier County residents to pay more, so we could pay less. Right.
Well, but we paid for their airport. We paid, I mean, everybody pays.
They're not
Everybody's
developers.
paying for that.
Yeah, they are not.
We're the bastard stepchild
Yeah, I
right
guess.
here in Port of the Islands.
But we're lucky.
Yeah, but we're very happy to be here.
Very happy.
Okay. All right. No other comments from supervisors?
I only have one question, David. Since we're getting into the new fiscal year, are we going to go ahead and start looking at that water tank?
Yes,
Okay,
as we get into the new year.
Right. Good.
so we get that. The last thing we want is all of a sudden to be without fresh water.
Right.
Well, the water tank is replacing the pump station or something, right? We don't have to put the money into the whatever the hell.
Correct, correct. We won't need to maintain the canal pump station anymore.
Right.
Which one's really bad? Is it the pump
Well,
station that's really bad, or is it the?
There's two things. Right now, we need to do some extensive repairs to the water storage tank, and we don't have a backup tank to do that with.
Right.
So we're looking at doing a new tank to help us both on both sides. During normal use, we would use that new tank for our fire irrigation system to add additional capacity and storage there. But when we need to do work on our water tank, then we can take the tank and convert it into a water storage tank and pump out of it for water storage, potable water. So it's going to be kind of a dual purpose tank.
What would you have to do? After
We'd have
you'd have to clean it? What would?
We'd have, when we converted it from the fire irrigation to the potable water, we'd have to drain it, and then we'd have to go through a process of disinfecting it.
That's
Which
probably,
is
that's,
kinda like-
that's probably not cheap.
Well,
It's relatively,
chlorine.
it's chlorine, it's relatively cheaper than building a separate water tank and a separate fire irrigation
Yeah, so
storage
because
tank.
like we had the problem over on Newport with the no chlorine coming into one section, and we had to super chlorinate for a month, I think, to.
Correct.
To solve that problem.
Correct, and that's something that we need to be looking at doing at least once a year, is doing our free chlorine burn. So it's something we need to do every year.
Anything else?
The
Nothing from me?
water tank, as far as priorities, I know because we've got a high priority on the stormwater.
Yes.
And
Yes. The stormwater issues, the first phase of it, we should be finishing that up and getting it out for bid the first of the month and so forth. That should allow me to go ahead and get going on the tank issue.
Okay, any audience comments?
Yes, quick question, did you look into renting like Baker tanks?
We did look into that, and by the time we got enough capacity to do it, it was going to be a third to a half of the cost of a new tank.
Okay, and cleaning and chlorinating?
That would be something we would not have to do on a regular basis. It's only when we would need to get in and inspect the primary water storage tank. That would be when we would need to convert the tank over. That's typically only required a complete inspection every 5 years. What was causing it this time is we do have some more immediate repairs that need to be done on the roof that's going to require us to take the tank out for at least 30 to 60 days.
You figured about a third of the cost?
We did get some quotes and so forth, and it only made sense to go this route.
Okay.
Okay, Deb.
Deborah Jansen, Sunrise Cave. If I'm right,
Deborah.
Please.
originally with Parcel 13, the developer was going to be paying for the upgrade of the road. So now it sounds like the residents here are gonna be paying for parking.
We have always been responsible.
It's our road.
It's our road. But
We're
not the developing, I mean, he'll pay for all the road system within his neighborhood. But we're responsible for Union
Union
Road
Road.
all the way back to the gun club.
Well, let me
Right?
correct a little bit there.
Yeah.
We're responsible for Union Road from US 41 to where
The
parcel
water.
13 starts.
Yeah.
Then what's going to happen is the parcel, the portion of Union Road that basically he's going to be utilizing for part of his development, basically up to the plant, will be paid for by the developer. We would look to subsidize some of that in order to increase that road cross section to be a little bit heavier to handle some of the heavier vehicles going back to the water plant. The other portion of it in front of the plant and then connecting to Luland, that would be 100% district.
That's ours.
Yes.
And that was part of our deal with the county when we took it over.
With the rezoning.
Yeah.
With the rezoning way back, what, 10 years ago? So we've been able to defer that cost for 10 years now.
Okay.
Or
And
12.
also, aren't we going to, one of the things we were going to widen Union Road from 41?
Oh, the county says you have to, don't they?
Well, that wrinkle hasn't come up yet as far as doing any kind of improvements to the existing Union Road back there. That's going to be a part of the traffic impact study that the developer has to do to make sure that the road has adequate capacity to handle the new development back there.
What about the road outside here?
That's the part I'm talking about.
That's part.
They're going to have they'll have to evaluate that, plus they'll also have to go through a process of evaluating US 41 and making sure that turn lanes are adequate and so forth to serve the additional 100 or 125 multifamily units back there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna try to keep those costs down, just minimal what's our responsibility.
And when Russ Wire, I think his name was, did that assessment, and he made the recommendation, not knowing how many people were actually using the gun range, he made the recommendation that his ERCs go from 2 to 8, and it was the board that decided, no, let's keep it at 2. I just suggest that be considered because
We can revisit it.
he is going to have the advantage
Yeah, but right now he
our
doesn't.
costs of
Yeah.
fixing.
Yeah, right now he
the
doesn't
road,
have
and
that. And I think until it happens, when it happens, yes, then we can revisit it.
Okay, and then the same as putting a sewer connection for him, correct? That we would revisit our costs and then possibly.
Well, that septic permit, Cuyahoga County.
What we're looking at doing and what's included in the agreement for parcel 13 at this time is there's a provision in there that we would pay something to the developer to make sure that the gravity sewer line is deep enough to serve both Luland, but also be able to serve potentially the county parcel. That way we do not have to have the county parcel, if they do develop it into something more fully, that they don't put a pump station in there, turn it over to us, that we have to maintain a pump station in perpetuity where the gravity connection has got very little maintenance to it.
And the other part
Long-term
of
cost.
that is that Luland will have to get a permit for a new water system. And then David will size it, is it a simple, 1.5 inch line? And then they have to pay for the installation of that. There's a connection fee.
Actually, right now, Luland is served by water.
They don't have
So the only difference will be now they will have gravity sewer service available to them. And then we would inform them that it is available. Then after so many months, we would be entitled then to start charging them base fee for wastewater availability. And at some point, he can immediately hook up to the system. Or I believe there's a state regulation that if he does have trouble with a septic system, he would then need to mandatorily hook up to the district system.
So I see my bad.
And then just a general question that I don't know if you noticed, people were asking next door. Our assessments for our property to the county, except for our fire millage rate being higher and no mosquito control millage rate, are the same. So we're paying the same here to the county as other people in entire county are paying. So I just think it's an unanswered question. Why then does the CID have to take responsibility for the swale problems and all these other problems and that comes out of our assessments when other people in the county we're paying the same thing as everyone else in the county except for mosquito control. Why do we have to use our assessment money from here to be covering those costs?
I think that's pretty simple, because if it wasn't for those agreements, there would not be a Port of the Islands, because South Florida Water District would not have allowed us to just do, put another another development here without those agreements that said we're going to have this swale system, we're going to have to maintain the swale system. That was part of the original agreement with the county when they allowed Port of the Islands to be developed in the first place. So that became, same thing with water sewer.
Well, water sewer, I understand, because we have our own water plant.
But
why aren't our assessments?
Because we're in an ecologically sensitive area, and that's the only reason that South Florida Water District gave us the permit in the first place to be able to develop this, Port of the Islands.
And that's a argument that's ages old. Every city complains that they have to pay duplication of taxes because all the residents in the city has to pay for the county taxes. And yet, they have to provide their own police department, their own sometimes fire department that's out there. But it's Port of the Islands is like a little city.
Right. That's why Marco pulled that too, because they were paying county, plus doing a lot themselves, and now they're independent.
Yeah.
But they still pay some of the county taxes.
Yeah. Everyone's got to pay some of the county taxes. But, Sam, you remember your days as a city council member, how many people complained about double taxation?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And
Every year.
Yep.
I just want to say, Deborah, I just want to say one thing. A friend of mine, we were talking, and she lives off Everglades Boulevard out in Golden Gate Estates. And she called the county in because of flooding on her road. And the county came out and they looked at it and they agreed with her report, which was you have the water coming down this way and she only had one pipe going down the street. They agreed it needed a second pipe. So they're going to put her on the list and it'll be done in 2 years. So is the county better? It's debatable, all different ways.
Now, do you have anybody online that?
I think, I saw Terry Reed's, things lighten up. So
Yeah, you have something, Karen?
Yeah, I just have just a couple things. One is for Mr. Westerman on the permeable, and the pavers are permeable. County told me that the driveway what the materials can be made of, but it's drivable percentage in the front. And pavers do count when they are used as a driveway as a material. There's no exclusions with pavers that they can exceed anything, but it's drivable, not permeable for the front. And then the other one was, I thought that, I'd heard something earlier, and I thought that you guys had grandfathered in the removal of sidewalks, and that anything that continued, the sidewalks would have to be put back in if they were removed.
No, I think what we did was we voted that the grandfather, the old ones in, but any new one would require that they sign the use agreement with us to put it in. If they didn't sign the use agreement, then they would be required to put the sidewalk back. I don't think we ever said they couldn't put them in. We just said they have to sign the use agreement.
Okay, so if you go to sell your house, does that have to be disclosed to the buyer that they have to sign that agreement as well? And if they don't want to sign, will the CID come back and put that sidewalk back in?
I believe the document gets recorded, and because of that, it winds up being, all this is up to that property would assume that same
It's
responsibility.
an obligation against the property and not the owner.
Okay, and then to
I'm-
Russ's, and then to
I'm not a
Russ's, I was gonna say, and then to Russ's concern on admin's costs, I think if we have people that violate things and don't do things properly, any cost that's incurred on the CID's behalf of them, the violators should be responsible for that payment.
Well, we have some
Yes.
communities that do that now. They charge any issues that require legal or engineering fees, then that's a cost they have to agree to pay.
Good point. Thank you.
Is there anybody else online?
There's several. Is there anyone else online that would like to speak? Nope.
Motion to adjourn.
I second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We're after 5.
No. You want to stay a little longer?
We made that clock right.
Who seconded it?
I think
Terry.
Oh, Terry did.
I think everybody did.
Hey, this is 9:30, 11:30.
I know, it's only 4 hours.
4 hours, yeah.
Yeah, did pretty
We're
good.
getting better.
Yeah.
It's 1:30.
I might be able to get lunch today.
I was confused with 5:30.
Russ.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, sign.
Fill out the, if you wanna scan, take it home and scan it back to me, that's fine, but we need to.
Just clean up, so we're gonna talk about the road maintenance thing. Tony floated out there.
Whoa. Dump it all out. Good, guys, just suck it.
I'm gonna throw it down there.